Félix.
Adelante.
Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to the 35th annual meeting of the AAAS Caribbean Division, titled Beyond Resilience, Building a Strong Caribbean. My name is Filipa Godoy, and I am the president of the AAAS Caribbean Division, and I'm very happy to greet you online. This is an unprecedented opportunity to join more people to this meeting that normally is locally in just one day. So this time we'll have a 2-day event. It's live from Facebook and YouTube and other social media platforms. We count with simultaneous translation for sign language. So it's an inclusive meeting. And we have students, we have scientists, we have members of the community, we have TV personalities. So I think it's going to be a good event. I'm going to switch to Spanish, as most of our community is Spanish speaking. So, buenas tardes, muchas gracias por venir a nuestra reunión anual de la División del Caribe del AAAS. Mi nombre es Filipa Godoy, yo soy la presidenta de la División del Caribe y es con mucho gusto que les doy la bienvenida a esta nuestra primera reunión virtual. En tiempos de COVID, lamentablemente, viajar es inseguro y queremos, ¿verdad?, reunir la mayor cantidad de gente posible y disfrutar de conocer sobre muchos de lo que se hace en Puerto Rico y a nivel de Caribe en la ciencia. Para los que no sepan, la AAAS es la Asociación Americana para el Avance de las Ciencias. Fue creada en el siglo XIX, es una de las asociaciones científicas de más prestigio a nivel mundial y es la casa madre de la revista Science. En la división, en AAAS hay 3 divisiones, el Pacífico, el Caribe y el Ártico, y nosotros somos entonces la división del Caribe, somos miembros locales de Puerto Rico y también representamos algunas de las islas y países que representan el Caribe, y nuestra misión es mejorar la comunicación entre los científicos locales, es fortalecer el apoyo a las ciencias a nivel local y aumentar el compromiso público con la ciencia. Lo que pretendemos traer esta vez, y por eso lo hacemos en 2 días, es que el primer día vamos a discutir temas que tienen que ver con la realidad de lo que está pasando en nuestras comunidades locales, como es los eventos telúricos al inicio de año. En Puerto Rico hubo un terremoto 6.4 en principios del 2020 que desalojó miles de personas y causó muchos daños y hasta llevó a 3 muertes. Y también al mismo tiempo celebramos el 10º aniversario del terremoto de Haití. De hecho, tenemos un científico de Haití que va a contribuir a la discusión de esta tarde. Es precisamente sobre climate change y lo que están haciendo en Haití para contribuir para mejorar las comunidades locales. Y con este contexto, pues creamos este primer día para dialogar sobre resiliencia en el Caribe, sobre diálogo, cómo podemos colaborar mejor unos con otros. Y por lo tanto vamos a dedicar esta conferencia a la red sísmica, que es una entidad que pertenece a la Universidad de Puerto Rico y que por detrás en el backstage está haciendo un servicio encomiable que muy poca gente conoce. Y entonces vamos a hacerle esta dedicatoria a ellos. No sé si ven mi slide. Este es el grupo que representa la red sísmica de Puerto Rico. Estará aceptando esta dedicatoria el doctor Víctor Huérfano. Y Ada Monzón, la famosa meteoróloga puertorriqueña, va a estar moderando un diálogo con él durante la tarde de hoy. Cuando acabe este diálogo va a haber una pausa y después empezamos un panel de distinguidos científicos a nivel internacional que representan también el Caribe, el doctor Cardinal Wardy, Kalim Shah y Evans Emanuel, moderados por Ricardo González y Jorge Colón, que son miembros también de AAAS Caribe y profesores de la Universidad de Puerto Rico. Mañana es un día diferente, vamos a tener un día con mujeres extraordinarias a nivel local y a nivel del Caribe. Fabiola Cruz representando la epidemiología que se hace en Puerto Rico. Ella es la primera joven que empezó este contact tracing system que se está usando ahora por el Departamento de Salud. La doctora Carmen Zorrilla, la doctora Yarimar Bonilla, María Anjoli Ortiz del Factor Control Unit y también una representante de PAHO que es la señora Lelu me dijo hoy que está deployed en Belice para atender una emergencia, así que vamos a tener un médico desde otro país del Caribe, creo que Jamaica, si no me equivoco, que va a estar sustituyéndola. Pero básicamente este diálogo va a ser sobre la COVID-19 y cómo a nivel local podemos mejorar y ayudar a que el impacto sobre nuestras comunidades sea menor. Siempre la División del Caribe se ha destacado por también celebrar el esfuerzo de maestros locales con el premio Lucy Gaspar, que fue un pilar en la educación de muchos de los científicos de hoy. Ella fue profesora de la Escuela Superior de la UHS, de la Universidad de Puerto Rico. Fue también secretaria y tesorera de la División del Caribe de la AAAS y fue la primera maestra en Puerto Rico a recibir el premio presidencial por excelencia en la ciencia. Así que ella es un modelo a emular y con esta extraordinaria labor que ha hecho, pues la medalla Lucy Gaspar se entrega cada año a un maestro extraordinario. Este año lo ganó la profesora Elizabeth Torres de la Escuela Especializada en Teatro José Julián Acosta del Viejo San Juan. Entonces mañana vamos a premiar a la profesora Rodríguez con esta medalla. También no podemos dejar pasar un hecho muy importante para nosotros los científicos que estamos en Puerto Rico, y es que el doctor Daniel Ramos de Yale, que es el fundador también de Ciencia Puerto Rico, fue recientemente nombrado a el National Academy of Medicine, que es un acontecimiento extraordinario por toda su labor para entender la sinapsis. Él es neurocientífico y es una persona muy comprometida con Puerto Rico y muy comprometida con mentorear jóvenes estudiantes. No solamente está en Ciencia Puerto Rico, pero también está en el Fideicomiso de Ciencia. Así que desde aquí felicitamos a Daniel y le pedimos un mensajito que él muy amablemente nos envió y espero que lo puedan escuchar.
Hola a todos, quería enviarle un emotivo saludo desde Connecticut a toda la comunidad científica puertorriqueña del AAAS. En estos nuevos tiempos de la pandemia, yo sé que estas conferencias son un poco diferentes, pero son más importantes que nunca, sobre todo nuestra vigencia y nuestra comunicación científica para beneficio del Caribe y de nuestra gente en Puerto Rico es sumamente importante. A mí me honra muchísimo el ser parte de esta comunidad. No puedo estar allá presencialmente, pero quería mandar este saludo sobre todo a los colegas y a los estudiantes puertorriqueños que se están preparando y exhortarlos, inclusive en el contexto de estos formatos, a que no paren de hacer preguntas, sigan haciendo preguntas. El que no hace preguntas no aprende. Y también quería agradecerle profundamente a toda la comunidad todos los mensajes de felicitación con motivo a la elección de los trabajos de mi laboratorio a la Academia Nacional de Medicina de los Estados Unidos. Nosotros somos en Puerto Rico uno de los pocos lugares en el mundo que no tiene una academia científica, y estas comunidades, pero sí tenemos una comunidad fuerte científica puertorriqueña ampliamente definida de personas interesadas en la ciencia en Puerto Rico. Y estas comunidades como la del AAAS son sumamente importantes para la vigencia de la ciencia en la toma de decisiones de política pública, para poder fomentar carreras, etcétera. Así que yo vivo esperanzado de que un día tendremos nuestra propia academia, pero mientras tanto, agradecido de que existen estas comunidades. Un abrazo, un saludo a todos y espero poder verlos presencialmente pronto. Hola a todos, quería enviarle un...
Nada, quería agradecerle de nuevo a Daniel por en tan poco tiempo habernos dado este mensaje de audio y de vídeo y agradecer sus palabras, y precisamente eso es lo que hacemos en el AAAS, acercar la comunidad a la ciencia y la ciencia a la comunidad, a ver que haya un diálogo, que haya una participación activa de los científicos en la sociedad. Y un poco este meeting lo que quiere traer es tocando dos temas tan importantes como lo es el climate change y los eventos telúricos y la COVID-19, y tratar de educar y de promover un diálogo. Mientras más dialoguemos y entendamos lo que los demás piensan, podemos evolucionar todos juntos. Quería también agradecer a la Junta de Directores de la AAAS. Todos ellos han trabajado arduamente para hacer este evento una realidad. Muchas gracias a todos. También a nuestros partners aquí de este evento virtual, que es Vistazo a la Ciencia, especialmente el doctor Félix Rivera Mariani, que un científico boricua también, que nos acompaña desde Florida. Al señor Enrique Rivera de Ecoexploratorio, del cual Ada Monzón es la presidenta. Nos están ayudando también con la promoción y el Zoom de este evento. Y los intérpretes de Saber Interpreters, a Ciencia Puerto Rico, por ayudarnos a diseminar la información, y a otros amigos que se me ha ocurrido poner sus nombres. Hay otros que no están aquí, pero muchos de nuestros colegas han estado ayudando a diseminar el meeting de hoy, y agradezco a todos que hayan podido hacerlo. Pues esta es la placa que le vamos a entregar a la red sísmica de Puerto Rico. Y aquí está, como la foto no se ve muy bien el texto, paso a leer. La Junta de Directores de la División Caribeña de la Asociación Americana para el Avance de la Ciencia dedica la conferencia anual 2020 a la red sísmica de Puerto Rico por su incansable compromiso con el desarrollo de la investigación científica en Puerto Rico, con respecto a los movimientos telúricos en Puerto Rico y el Caribe, y su extraordinario trabajo de educación a la comunidad, dado en San Juan, Puerto Rico, 23 de octubre de 2020. Así que con esto paso a presentarles el doctor Sudip Parikh. Él es el CEO de la AAAS Nacional. Y Sudip, do you want to start your message to us?
Thank you, Philippa. Hola, buenos dias, and I've reached the end of my Spanish, so I apologize. I will continue in English. Thank you so much for giving me this few minutes to provide a message. I so wish that we were together in person. I miss that part of travel. You know, over the years, I traveled so much that I eventually got, I started to complain about traveling. I don't complain anymore. I look forward to the day that we can meet and break bread together. This meeting in 2020, I love the title, Beyond Resilience. 2020 is a year that requires resilience around the world. And as I look at it, we are sitting in a moment of opportunity born of tragedy. This year has been full of tragedy around the world, between pandemics, hurricanes, earthquakes, fires. The disruptions due to climate change are upon us. The mistakes of policy have affected us, and we as scientists have such an important role to play in our societies. And that is the mission of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, to advance science and serve society. This building in the picture behind me is our headquarters in Washington. I am not there. I am in my basement in Arlington, Virginia. And it shows the importance of science in our society. And so what I have been saying to many people is that these opportunities that are born of tragedy, we must not let them pass us by. These moments come every generation. Every generation has opportunity born of crisis. The difference between generations that make progress and those that don't is the level of momentum that is kept by the people and the scientists and the activists among us. So my charge to all of you as you meet over these next 2 days, and as you have brought together distinguished panels that are diverse geographically, by gender, by race, by ethnicity, as you do that, as you come together, take hold of this moment, particularly the students. Let me speak to you directly. I am so proud that you're able to join us. I'm so glad that this virtual platform does have some benefits. And one of those is, I hope, that more of you are able to participate and be a part of this, because the work that Philippa is doing at AAAS and the work that is being done by by the Puerto Rico Seismic Network, the work that is being done at the universities around the Caribbean. That work is done with the hope that you as students, not just the hope, the expectation that you as students are going to lead the way. And so I'm very proud to have you be a part of this, and proud to be associated with your good work. At AAAS, we do have plans to again meet in person next year. I am confident that science is going to provide some of the answers to enabling us to get back to a new normal and to add to our resilience. But it's not the only answer. And you all, as scientists who are participating in society, are going to be what makes it possible for science to play its role and to affect and help implement good policies around the world. So I look forward to participating. I look forward to hearing the good works. And most of all, I look forward to it not ending tomorrow. I look forward to you all continuing the momentum so that we can take advantage, take this opportunity born of tragedy, and ensure that the world that we leave behind for our children and our grandchildren is better than the one that we found. So I thank you. I thank you for your time and investment of time in this meeting, and I hope to see you in person at the 36th annual meeting. And with that, I'll turn it back to Philippa.
Thank you so much. And your words of wisdom are also words of hope. And I hope dearly in my heart that we can do next year, the 36th meeting could be in person, and you guys can come as well. I forgot to mention, and due to the time constraints, we're already late, that Sudeep is the 19th Chief Executive Officer of AAAS. So he's our boss. And I thank you for your time and your positive message that you just gave us now. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Huérfano. He is the director of the Puerto Rico Seismic Network. He holds a PhD in physical oceanography, specializing in tsunami sciences, and a master's degree in physics with a specialty in geophysics. His areas of expertise include the generation, propagation, and flooding of tsunamis, near-field seismology, seismic networks, and real-time monitoring. So now I pass the presentation down to Dr. Victor Huérfano. Victor, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Hello.
Are you able to project your slides, or you prefer me to do so?
I prefer that you project the presentation.
Yeah, okay. Give me a second. All right. I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to give you privileges for the mouse control.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, so thank you very much. And in the name of the Puerto Rico Seismic Network and in the name of the Puerto Rico Strong Motion, I just want to use the first 2 minutes just to say thank you. Thank you, Dr. Parik, and thank you, Philippa, for this recognition. This really is with greatest appreciation that I received this honor. And this is not for me, as I mentioned previously to you, this is for the University of Puerto Rico first, for the University of Puerto Rico Mayagüez campus, and for my colleagues and my staff in the Puerto Rico Seismic Network and for the Puerto Rico Strong Motion program. So with humility, we say thank you, and we really follow our mission, that is to continue the education, the war and things in the Puerto Rico. So I want to say you again and thank you. And in the name of my staff and the students, we receive this honor with great appreciation again. Now, I want to switch to Spanish because I just talked previously with Ada, just to mention and talk in Spanish. So, but any question that you have in English, so feel free to do that. Okay. Let me go back. Can you switch to the first slide, please? The first one. Okay. Muchas gracias de nuevo. Para nosotros es un honor y en nombre de la Universidad de Puerto Rico, la Universidad de Puerto Rico, recinto de Mayagüez y la Red Sísmica de Puerto Rico, así como el programa de Movimientos Fuertes, pues queremos agradecer al American Association for the Advance of Sciences, la División del Caribe, por este reconocimiento que lo recibimos con humildad y nos enfatizamos en que pues esto nos motiva a seguir adelante con nuestro trabajo, con nuestra misión y con nuestra responsabilidad, que es el de hacer pues lo que sabemos hacer. Así que muchas gracias. Bien, quiero comenzar por decirles a todos los que nos están viendo y nos están escuchando que en Puerto Rico tenemos una red, que es vamos a llamarlo de ahora en adelante, el PR Network. Es una sola y está así registrada bajo el Federation of Digital Seismic Networks. La conformamos dos entidades, la Red Sísmica de Puerto Rico, que está bajo el Departamento de Geología, y el Programa de Movimiento Fuerte, que está bajo el Departamento de Ingeniería Civil. ¿Por qué es importante esta transparencia? A mí me gustaría mencionarles que la red de Puerto Rico es parte primero del ANSS, el Advanced National Seismic System. Somos un partner, como lo llaman ellos. ¿Y qué es el Advanced National Seismic System? Esta es como la familia de las redes sísmicas a nivel federal, a nivel de toda la nación. Y la red de Puerto Rico, pues forma parte de esta familia. ¿Y qué significa eso? Eso lo que significa es que nuestros datos, nuestras metodologías y nuestra información pues cumple con las guías federales. Por lo tanto, nuestros datos son unos datos de primera, unos datos de buena calidad, unos datos precisos, unos datos que van al grano de la información que queremos para nuestra gente. Así que eso dirigido pues a los que reciben nuestra información, que nuestros datos cumplen con todos los criterios del gobierno federal. En adición a eso, pueden ver el otro logo, que es el logo del NTHMP. ¿Y qué es el NTHMP? Es el National Tsunami Hazard and Mitigation Program. Y de nuevo, la Red Sísmica de Puerto Rico es un partner del comité del NTHMP. Y ese NTHMP es como la familia que coordina todo el trabajo del programa nacional a nivel federal de tsunamis, de toda la nación de los Estados Unidos. Por lo tanto, con eso les quiero decir que todo nuestro programa de tsunamis y el programa Tsunami Ready en Puerto Rico, pues sigue las directrices, las guías y los estándares del gobierno federal. Por lo tanto, pues siéntanse tranquilos, siéntanse que están bien representados a nivel del gobierno federal. Entonces, esta presentación, como pueden ver, yo no incluí mi nombre. Está por staff y students, porque esto es un reconocimiento, no a mí, es un reconocimiento para mis compañeros de trabajo, que fueron los héroes. Le enviaba a Filipa al comienzo de la presentación, ustedes veían una foto donde habían unos empleados de la red sísmica. Yo quiero públicamente mencionar que para mí esos muchachos que están ahí son unos héroes. Cuando vino el huracán María, ya hace 3 años, esas personas que aparecían en esa foto, esos héroes anónimos, vivieron en la red sísmica, enfrentaron el huracán y no solamente lo enfrentaron, sino que supieron dar la cara y supieron dar un buen resultado y supieron canalizar la información que era necesaria y que era indispensable en ese momento de emergencia que afectó pues a la isla. Así que ese era el objetivo de esa foto. Bueno, pues lo que voy a hacer en esta presentación es realmente un tour de qué son las redes sísmicas de Puerto Rico, qué es la red sísmica y qué es el programa de movimiento fuerte. Si es necesario, entonces, que veamos, en primer lugar, cuál es nuestra misión. Lo primero es que como un partner del Advanced National Seismic System, la red de Puerto Rico, acuérdense que ahora somos los dos, PRSN y PRSMP, pues somos la autoridad regional en lo que tiene que ver con el monitoreo y con todo lo que tiene que ver con el trabajo de detección, de información, de análisis y de diseminación de la información sísmica y de tsunamis en el Caribe. Por supuesto que trabajamos de la mano, hombro a hombro, con las agencias federales, en este caso el Servicio Geológico y la NOAA, a través de su Servicio Nacional de Meteorología y su Centro de Tsunamis. Nuestro norte es el de proveer a nuestra población una información que sea oportuna, una información que sea buena y que sea útil para nuestros cuerpos de manejo de emergencias y para los medios, por supuesto, y para toda la población. Una información que hasta les pueda salvar la vida, como ya comprobamos que ocurrió en el mes de enero y finales de diciembre del año pasado. Muy bien. Entonces, unos puntos bien directos al grano, pero unas fechas que son fundamentales para la historia de la red sísmica de Puerto Rico. Lo primero es que en el hemisferio occidental, una de las primeras, de los primeros instrumentos de detección se instaló en Puerto Rico. No sé si tenían conocimiento de eso. En el año 1903, una estación fue instalada en el Fuerte El Conde en Vieques, un sitio, de hecho, todos están invitados cuando se pueda, ¿verdad? Yo sé que ahora por la pandemia pues está un poco difícil, pero este sitio es un sitio bastante histórico, número uno para la isla y número dos para nosotros en este trabajo del monitoreo, porque es uno de los primeros instrumentos aquí en el hemisferio occidental, no solamente en Puerto Rico o en la nación estadounidense, también a nivel del hemisferio completo. En el año 1972 se instala la primera red de periodos cortos, eso era lo que había en aquel momento, aquí en el colegio de Mayagüez, que de hecho yo les estoy hablando desde el colegio de Mayagüez. Un saludo muy cordial desde la Sultana del Oeste. En el año 1974 resulta que el gobierno local tenía interés en la construcción de sistemas de energía nuclear en la isla. Y para eso era indispensable, mandatorio y obligatorio el estudio sísmico de la isla. Por lo tanto, en ese año comisionan al United States Geological Survey para la instalación de una red sísmica. Eso lo comisiona lo que era el EPA en aquel momento, el Electrical Power Authority. En el año 1982, el EPA, la EPA, que no es el EPA de hoy día, que son diferentes, que no se confundan, transfiere lo que quedaba de red sísmica al Centro para la Investigación de Energía y Ambiente, que era una dependencia de la Universidad de Puerto Rico en aquel momento. En el año 87 se transfiere el Centro para la Energía, transfiere la red al Departamento de Geología y al Departamento de Ingeniería Civil del Colegio de Mayagüez, que es donde estamos pues al día de hoy. En el año 1991, para nosotros es importante. Primero porque es cuando, aquí voy a hacer un paréntesis con la venia de todos los que están en la sala, es cuando yo llego a Puerto Rico. Dicho sea de paso, yo empiezo a trabajar, a estudiar, yo llego a hacer la maestría en el año 91 y entonces me vinculo al año siguiente a la red sísmica. En ese año, en el año 91, el sistema IASPE y SUFRIER son instalados en la red sísmica de Puerto Rico. ¿Por qué es importante esa fecha? Porque es cuando tenemos el primer registro digital. Eso es la importancia de esa fecha. En el año 97, entonces el centro de acopio que teníamos en aquel momento estaba en Calley. Eso era todavía parte de lo que quedaba del Servicio Geológico Federal para nosotros. Y se transfiere el sistema de acopio de Calley a Mayagüez. En el año 99, aquí yo tengo una ¿qué te digo? Es como un dilema el decir esa fecha. ¿Por qué? Porque para nosotros fue un gran plus. Es cuando instalamos los primeros equipos de banda ancha en Puerto Rico. Sin embargo, ustedes se recordarán qué pasó un año antes. Si no lo recuerdan, es el paso del huracán Georges. Y dicho sea de paso, pues la instalación de la red de bandas anchas en Puerto Rico viene como consecuencia del paso de ese huracán debido pues a los fondos que se aprueban en aquel momento para recuperación y mitigación. En el año 2000, ustedes recordarán el cambio del centenario y que el mundo se iba a acabar y todo como dicen aquí en la isla, un revolú de eventos. Nosotros sí nos vimos obligados a hacer un cambio en nuestros sistemas. Y aquí es cuando viene ya uno de los primeros plus en la red sísmica, y es que implementamos nuestro primer sistema hecho en casa. Y los que me conocen, mis compañeros de trabajo, saben que es una de las filosofías que manejamos en la red sísmica de Puerto Rico. Nuestros datos son abiertos, nuestros datos son públicos y nuestros softwares son mayormente o diseñados por nosotros o hechos por nosotros o entendidos en lo posible por nosotros. Esa es como los pilares filosóficos que manejamos en la red sísmica de Puerto Rico. En el año 2003, des en cuenta, empezamos a instalar equipos en el 99 y en el 2013 entonces empezamos a utilizar esos datos de banda ancha. Por eso es importante. Duramos 4 años logrando entender en qué consistía ese asunto de estaciones de banda ancha. En el año 2006 se instala la red de mareógrafos de la Universidad de Puerto Rico. Por eso es importante. Si me das para atrás, si fuera tan amable. Se fue una transparencia. Ok. En el año 2007, ustedes recordarán que en el año 2004 ocurre el tsunami del Océano Índico. Y ese punto, el que nos obliga, no a nosotros, en la academia, sino al gobierno en general y al gobierno federal a revisar lo que había en aquel momento para la alerta de tsunamis. Como consecuencia de esa revisión y de esa implementación de planes que se hace a consecuencia de ese evento, en el año 2007, la red sísmica entra en operaciones 24 horas. Hay un acuerdo especial con la Agencia de Manejo de Emergencias y con el gobierno federal, y entonces empezamos funciones 24/7. En el año 2008 se instala la red de GPS. Una de las mejores redes que hay ahora mismo en el Caribe se instala en ese año. Ha ido evolucionando, por supuesto. En el año 2020, que eso es este año, de nuevo, a mí se me hace un nudo en la garganta mencionar este año. ¿Por qué? Porque ya todo lo que ustedes saben que está ocurriendo, pero sobre todo porque hace 3 años la isla sufrió, y no solamente la isla, todo el Caribe sufrió el embate de 2 huracanes como nunca antes se había visto. 2 huracanes que fueron realmente catastróficos dentro de la palabra literal. Pero como consecuencia también de ese huracán, de esos 2 huracanes, debo decir, pues entonces nosotros hemos recibido algún beneficio, ¿no? Y como parte de ese beneficio es la nueva generación de estaciones sísmicas que se han instalado, donde se incluyen ya no estaciones regulares, sino estaciones post-holes, comunicaciones satelitales y toda una renovación del sistema de software. Así que por eso es importante esas fechas que tenemos ahí. Bueno, yo ya he hablado mucho, así que voy a darle el paso a mi compañero de trabajo, quien es, yo lo molesto, pues le digo que es mi hermanito y ahora estamos hasta con el pelo largo ambos porque no hemos podido visitar el peluquero bueno. Entonces vamos a escuchar a José Martínez, que él tiene unas palabras que decirnos, así que adelante, José.
Muy buenas tardes tengan todos. Soy el profesor José Martínez Cruzado de la Universidad de Puerto Rico en Mayagüez, del Departamento de Ingeniería Civil y Agrimensura, y estoy a cargo del programa de Movimiento Fuerte de Puerto Rico. Un programa que se encarga de tener una red sísmica de movimiento fuerte, o como dirían nuestros compañeros allá de El Salvador, de movimientos violentos, y una red también de estructuras instrumentadas. Actualmente, en la red sísmica de movimiento fuerte, tenemos unas 114 estaciones sísmicas en todo Puerto Rico. En la República Dominicana hay 17, hay unas 5 estaciones en las Islas Vírgenes Británicas, una en las Islas Vírgenes Americanas y una en Anguila. Así que en Puerto Rico quedan 90. que incluye también las islas municipios de Vieques y Culebra y la isla de Caja de Muertos. Bien, nuestras estaciones son toda la compañía Kinemetric, o nuestro equipo es de la compañía Kinemetric en Pasadena, California. Hay como 80 de estas estaciones son obsidianas 4 o 4X. El restante son ENA 2 o K2, como quedan en la República Dominicana varias de ellas. ¿Okay? Entonces, la comunicación que tienen estas estaciones son primordialmente un proyecto que tenemos con una compañía de comunicaciones en Puerto Rico, de manera que nos hicieron una nube privada para nosotros y tenemos unas 54 de las 90 estaciones que tenemos en Puerto Rico, 54 de ellas están transmitiendo por medio de módem celular a el centro de datos aquí en el recinto universitario de Mayagüez, en el Departamento de Ingeniería Civil. Bien. Fíjense que la inmensa mayoría de estas estaciones a campo abierto se encuentran en parques de bomba. Cuando tenemos que poner estación en un municipio, nuestra primera opción es el parque de bomba porque está 24/7 abierto, de manera de que podemos trabajar fuera de horas laborables durante fines de semana para poder dar mantenimiento a la estación, y además hay muy poca probabilidad de vandalismo, ¿no? Así que los bomberos siempre nos han recibido con los brazos abiertos y han entendido que es un servicio para todo el pueblo de Puerto Rico. En caso de que tenemos las ciudades de San Juan, la zona metropolitana de San Juan, la ciudad señorial de Ponce y la ciudad de las Aguas Puras en Mayagüez, han sido instrumentadas más densamente, ¿verdad? Tanto en Ponce como en Mayagüez tenemos como una docena de estaciones sísmicas, y en esos casos hemos hablado con el obispo de la Iglesia Católica de esas diócesis y nos han permitido utilizar sus propiedades, sus parroquias, sus capillas, conventos, para poder colocar estaciones sísmicas. Así que la inmensa mayoría de las estaciones sísmicas en las ciudades de Ponce y Mayagüez se encuentran en propiedades de la Iglesia Católica. No así en San Juan, porque en San Juan hemos incluido una serie de municipios aledaños, por eso le llamamos zona metropolitana de San Juan, y hay estaciones en Cataño, en Bayamón, en Guaynabo, en Trujillo Alto, en Carolina y obviamente en San Juan, ¿verdad? Así que con eso pues tenemos bastante bien cubierto la isla de Puerto Rico. En cuanto a las estructuras que tenemos instrumentadas, tenemos 21 estructuras instrumentadas, 13 de ellas son represas, todas aquí en Puerto Rico. Creo que 4 son de tierra, las demás son de hormigón. Tenemos 2 puentes instrumentados, que es lo que menos instrumentamos, porque realmente el vandalismo en los puentes es altísimo, porque los puentes son tierra de nadie. Y tenemos 6 estructuras instrumentadas, 2 de ellas en las Islas Vírgenes Británicas, incluyendo la torre de control y el edificio del centro de gobierno, que es un edificio en forma de hueso. En Puerto Rico tenemos 4 edificios instrumentados: el Castillo en Mayagüez, uno de los edificios de Minilla en San Juan, también uno de los edificios de Plaza Inmaculada en Santurce y el edificio de Prila en el condado. ¿Okay? Todos estos son edificios de hormigón armado. Más pequeño es Minilla, que creo que tiene 17 pisos, y el mayor creo que es Prila, que tiene unos 22 pisos. No, de hecho, más pisos tiene Plaza Inmaculada, tiene, creo que son 26 pisos, ¿verdad? Entonces, toda esta data que hemos recolectado, principalmente ahora con la secuencia sísmica, usted la puede obtener en prsmp.upr.edu. Bien, así que le agradezco a Víctor Huérfano por todo el apoyo que siempre nos brinda, y a la Red Sísmica de Puerto Rico, y los felicitamos por el reconocimiento que se le está dando. Okay. Muchísimas gracias y Dios les bendiga.
Gracias, José. Vamos a continuar entonces con cuáles son las tareas que nosotros como Red PR, recuerden que somos los dos, llevamos a cabo. Pero antes de eso, a mí me gustaría dar un ejemplo de cómo nosotros operamos, y algo que a mí me llena de orgullo en cuanto a la operación de aquí a la red. Lo primero es, y el primer mensaje es que y tengo que decirlo porque me consta, a diferencia de otros sitios, nosotros aquí en Puerto Rico trabajamos muy de la mano. La red sísmica y la red sísmica de acelerómetros somos parte del mismo grupo y trabajamos todos nuestros proyectos, o la gran mayoría, de forma muy, muy unida. Compartimos nuestros datos, compartimos nuestros problemas y hemos llorado juntos también, así que eso es parte de. Así que primer ejemplo que tenemos. Otro ejemplo, y siguiendo las palabras de José, como él mencionaba, operamos estaciones en otros puntos del Caribe. Aquí quiero mencionarles, y esto forma parte entiendo, de la filosofía también del AAAS, es que nosotros trabajamos como región también. El sistema de alerta de tsunami se trabaja dejando de lado todo lo que nos divide y usando lo que nos une. ¿Qué nos puede unir a la larga? Pues un problema. Un tsunami no tiene fronteras políticas, no tiene límites, no tiene en esencia que pedir permiso para entrar de un lado a otro. Y nosotros entendemos eso. Y todos los países de Colombia, desde Colombia, dando la vuelta por todas las Antillas menores, las Antillas mayores, Estados Unidos y Centroamérica, incluyendo México, todos trabajamos en conjunto bajo la sombrilla de la UNESCO para tener un sistema de alerta de tsunamis con el fin de proveerle un servicio a nuestra población, que no nos vayamos a ser afectados. Lo que queremos o lo que no queremos, déjeme aclarar, es que nos ocurra en el Caribe algo como lo que pasó en el Océano Índico. Que ocurre un terremoto ciertamente devastador, un terremoto de magnitud mayor a 9, pero 8 horas después de que ocurre ese evento sísmico, había gente muriendo en África. 8 horas después. Algo gravísimo, algo que no puede pasar en el siglo XXI en el que estamos hoy día. ¿Por qué? Porque si hay la instrumentación y si hay la capacidad, pues entonces, ¿por qué tiene que morir gente? ¿Por qué tiene que afectarse la población? Si hay manera de notificarles, si hay manera de avisarles, si hay manera de trabajar, pues por ellos. Muy bien. ¿Cuáles son nuestras tareas? En esencia, pues yo tengo un listado aquí de tareas. El tiempo pues me empieza a ir traicionando, así que voy a saltar esta transparencia porque, bueno, esto es algo más bien interno. Sepan que los datos, a medida que nosotros los procesamos, que yo creo que es una parte vital, a medida que los datos se procesan, se hacen públicos. Y este mensaje lo quiero dar porque después de enero, no sé si habrán escuchado, mira que si la red sísmica no provee toda la información, mira que es que ellos saben que va a ocurrir algo, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Lo que nosotros analizamos, eso se pone inmediatamente en nuestras páginas o en nuestras redes sociales. Así que esa información está ahí. Vamos entonces, resumiendo nuestras tareas. Aquí pueden ver un gráfico donde yo resumo todo lo que nosotros, trato de hacer una imagen de lo que nosotros hacemos. Colectamos información geológica, hacemos el monitoreo sísmico, tenemos data ingenieril, esos son curvas de fragilidad, información de estructuras, una base de datos de nuestras estructuras aquí a nivel de la isla. Tenemos el catálogo histórico. ¿Y eso para qué? Pues eso para poder dar un buen resultado. Toda esa información se requiere para, número uno, para poder emitir una información precisa, una información sísmica o una información de tsunamis. Como ustedes recordarán, la red sísmica pues es la agencia que tiene la responsabilidad de la parte sísmica y trabajamos entonces de la mano con la NOAA para la parte de la alerta de tsunamis. Nuestra información va a quién? Número uno, a las agencias de respuesta, a las agencias de manejo de emergencias, al público, va obviamente a los boletines, va a los medios. Nuestra información sirve de soporte para la comunidad ingenieril. Servimos también de soporte informativo para la industria, para la empresa privada, para todos sus planes que tienen de respuesta. Hay un programa muy bonito que es el programa de Tsunami Ready Supporter, que invitamos a todos que participen de ahí, obviamente para la investigación. Muy bien. Pues entonces, dicho eso, me gustaría dejarle ahora a la compañera Glorimar Gómez. Aquí switchamos para inglés. En un comienzo habíamos organizado todo en inglés, pero switchamos español-inglés. Así que Glorimar, ella es la coordinadora del programa educativo de la Red Sísmica de Puerto Rico. Así que adelante, Glorimar.
Hi, Hi, my name is Glorimar Gomez, and I am the coordinator for the Education and Outreach Program for the Puerto Rico Seismic Network. Our section addresses the components of earthquakes and also the tsunamis through the Tsunami Ready program. One of our main objectives is to educate people on how best prepare for an earthquake and tsunami. Historically, our island has been struck by several significant earthquakes, some of them that has generated tsunamis. On year 2018, we arranged many activities for the commemoration of the centenary of the devastating earthquake that occurred on October 11, 1980, that took hundreds of lives and caused millions of dollars in damages to the infrastructure. For this event, we put up an exhibition which included pictures, books, postcards, and even a seismogram of the traces of the 1918 earthquake. This exposition was taken during a full year to different museums and galleries across the island, where thousands of citizens had the opportunity to see part of a very unfortunate period in our history. As part of our education and outreach commitment, dozens of thousands of people are impacted every year through conferences, presentations, educational fairs, drills, radio spots, interviews, exercises, and many more activities. We also coordinate the participation of the community in two major drills that take place in the island, the Great Puerto Rico Shakeout and the Caribe Wave. Hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans register and participate every year in these national events. Other educational initiatives are the creation and development of brochures, educational material relevant to preparedness for earthquakes and tsunami, available in our webpage. We also use the social media such as Facebook and Twitter to post important information of current events, activities, workshops, conferences, and responses to frequent questions. The fact that our job reinforces the efforts of preparedness for a more resilient community, that our children and their families are working on their family plans and emergency backpacks, that our schools are taking the steps to provide a better and safer place for the students, make us feel proud and blessed of being part of a better and more resilient island. We will keep up our commitment and effort in helping develop seismic awareness, which ultimately may save many lives.
Hi, this is Roy Ruiz from Puerto Rico Seismic Network Tsunami Program. Puerto Rico is vulnerable to tsunamis. More than 250,000 people reside inside tsunami-exposed areas with short time to respond and evacuate in case of tsunami. The Tsunami Program, in close collaboration with the Puerto Rico Emergency Management Bureau and other federal agencies, assists 46 municipalities to maintain their tsunami-ready recognition. As part of this recognition, these communities must keep updated tsunami evacuation maps, evacuation routes, and signage, and a tsunami warning focal point capable to receive and disseminate tsunami alerts to the public. This program has helped hundreds of coastal communities being better prepared to respond to a tsunami. On the other hand, this program impacts hundreds of emergency managers, community leaders throughout workshops, seminars, operational drills, and others. Thanks to the efforts and involvement of our communities, Puerto Rico has become a model to other countries in how to address tsunami preparedness.
Gracias, Roy. Entonces, como pueden ver ahí, esa es parte de nuestra función, vamos a decir, comunitaria. La red sísmica, les mencionaba dos pilares básicos de la red sísmica. Una era nuestros datos que son públicos, que son abiertos. No tenemos nada que esconder, que eso es un punto bien importante. Número dos, tratamos de hacer nuestros desarrollos y tener conocimiento. Pero número tres, de los pilares que rigen pues la red sísmica de Puerto Rico. Nosotros tratamos de llegar a la comunidad. Entendemos que información científica es útil, es valiosa, eso es lo mejor que podemos hacer, pero esa información tiene que llegar a la comunidad. Y esto, ustedes pueden ver aquí un ejemplo. Esta es una de las actividades que llevamos a cabo alrededor de la isla. Este es un open house en el Colegio de Mayagüez, como pueden ver ahí al fondo, es su nombre original, el Colegio de Agricultura y Artes Mecánicas. Creo que, Ada, tú estabas en esa reunión, si mal no estoy, eso hace algunos años. Y tenemos entonces, esa es parte pues, de nuestra misión, el unir la ciencia con la comunidad y apoyarles, no solamente y llevarles charlas y ya, sino estar de la mano de la comunidad, ayudándoles, ayudando a las oficinas de manejo de emergencias, porque entendemos que ellos tienen una necesidad número uno, de información técnica, y para eso estamos nosotros, para eso está la academia. De pronto nosotros sabemos algo más, ellos saben de preparación, ellos saben de ayudar a la comunidad, y entonces pues somos un grupo de trabajo. Ahí pueden ver alguna información técnica que se desarrolla en el área del programa de Tsunami Ready, batimetría, relieve, fallas, derrumbes, mapas de desalojo, etcétera. Es información un poco técnica, pero es información, el programa de Tsunami Ready, que es el mensaje que quiero dar, entonces está dedicado a llevarla a la comunidad. Muy bien. Pues vamos entonces ahora a hablar un poquito aquí con el coordinador del área de tecnología. Y es que, de nuevo, la información que nosotros desarrollamos de nada serviría si no llega a la comunidad, ¿verdad? Eso es muy importante y entonces tenemos que echar mano de lo que haya. Así que Ángel, cuéntanos, ¿qué hacen en el área de tecnología? ¿Puedes ir, Filipa, me ayudas para ir a la gráfica anterior? Okay, este es un video.
Hello and welcome to the Puerto Rico Seismic Network IT division. My name is Ángel Feliciano, and on this brief presentation, we will be discussing the impact of social media during a major earthquake. By 2020, our team is covered by 3 full-time staff, 1 graduated student, and 3 undergraduate students. IT staff covers on-site support and remote support 7 days a week. In case of a major earthquake, IT staff will provide remote support, system monitoring, traffic analysis, on-site staff support, and real-time fixes in case of need. Believe me, deploying a code fix with 35K live users on each server is not for the faint of heart. Our staff is constantly learning, integrating, designing, testing, and deploying new technology. After the 6.4 earthquake on January 7, 2020, our analytics recorded an outstanding 5,146 sessions on our web servers, as you may see on the following graph. With 90% of Puerto Rico without power and communications, it was crucial to get the word out to the community. Social media like Facebook and Twitter provide a great option to share information quickly and spread the word with many citizens. By 2020, we proudly provide content to 608,000 on Facebook, 83,000 on Twitter, and 3,000 on YouTube. The Peterson systems are capable to upload information of felt earthquakes to our social media channels. Here is a live sample of Peterson Facebook stats during the period of January 7 after the 6.4 magnitude earthquake. The Facebook post includes a preliminary information of the earthquake in progress, followed by an update a few minutes later. In most of the cases, the social media posts range from 43K to 90K views each one. Social media is constantly changing the way we communicate and consume information. It comes at no surprise that with all the content that is posted across these channels, that the visual content is more than 40 times more likely to get shared than a simple text content. These metrics show social media videos like Facebook Lives, interviews, and post-earthquake video information for the local community. Thanks for watching this small presentation. If you have any questions, you can reach us at computos@petersonmail.uprm.edu.
Gracias, Ángel. Como pueden ver, es muy importante y es fundamental el poder llevar la información a nuestra comunidad y sobre todo en una forma rápida y en una forma certera. Aquí tengo que reconocer y agradecer a los medios y particularmente a Ada, siempre ha estado de la mano con nosotros, así que gracias Ada y a todos los colegas.
Hello and welcome to the Puerto
Ok. En términos de a cuánta población tenemos en la zona expuesta, miren lo siguiente. Esta información es bien importante. 250,000, ojo con esto, 250,000 personas en Puerto Rico podrían estar expuestas a tsunami. Ese número representa cerca a un 7-8% de nuestra población. ¿Por qué ocurre eso? Número uno, porque la infraestructura, como sabrán, pues somos una isla y tenemos unas bellezas de playas, indudablemente, pero el tener esas maravillas a nuestro alrededor también tiene un aspecto de responsabilidad. Y aquí quiero también unirme a otros colegas de otras ciencias, y es que ayúdenos a cuidar nuestro planeta. Está bien que disfrutemos de nuestros recursos naturales, pero hagámoslo de una forma que no afectemos pues nuestro futuro o el de nuestras nuevas generaciones. En toda la región del Caribe, hasta 130 millones. Estamos hablando de un número muy elevado de población. Esa es la población, dicen los científicos, esto es de Naciones Unidas, que hasta un 45% de esta población podría estar expuesta a cualquier evento. Acuérdense, no son fenómenos naturales, llevamos un tiempo ya diciéndolo, porque ya conocemos bastante bien de qué tratan algunos de estos eventos. Y tampoco son desastres naturales. Ojo con esto, los desastres naturales no existen. Existen los desastres, indudablemente, y los eventos naturales. Así que tenemos esa parte bien importante. Bien, en este momento a mí me gustaría también compartir lo que es la diversidad de nuestros empleados en la red sísmica. Ustedes dirán, oye, pero la parte administrativa son los que se encargan de llenar la papelería, los que se encargan de llevar la parte administrativa, etcétera, etcétera. Pues déjeme decirle que nuestras empleadas administrativas en la red sísmica tienen la poca, y pongan entre comillas, la poca encomienda de velar por todos nosotros. ¿Qué significa eso? Vamos a escuchar a Yamilet Vargas que nos explique, aparte del trabajo administrativo, ¿qué hace nuestra área administrativa en la red sísmica? Adelante, Yamilet. Ups, Filipa, ¿me ayudas? Que se fue la diapositiva.
Hello everyone, my name is Yamilet Vargas and I will be talking about the Administrative Division in the Puerto Rico Seismic Network. The Administrative Division is composed from 3 administrative assistants and 2 students. The Administrative Division is in charge of receiving the phone calls from the public during a seismic event. Many of these calls are from people who are extremely nervous about the seismic event. Our mission is to collect the information that people can offer about the event to determine the intensity of it. In addition, the Administrative Division offers to the public the event location, magnitude, and intensity. As a result of the seismic event that occurred in Puerto Rico on December 28, 2019, the calls received have increased considerably. An earthquake of great magnitude is a traumatic, surprising, and uncontrollable event that threatens the physical and psychological integrity of the people. They can disrupt the mental health in the short and long term. of emotional reactions can vary and depend on the particular situation that had been experienced. In the administrative division, we have had to listen, guide, and call the people who call us afraid of what they are living. It is important to us have empathy with the people who call us and guide them in the best possible way. We guide the public on what they should do before, during, and after the event, as well as the importance of having a family emergency plan. Contribute to people so that they can feel more calm and save their life. For us, it is an honor. Last but not least, when significant seismic events occur, the Administrative Division offers support to the Analysis Division. In the Puerto Rico Seismic Network, the help of the work team is extremely important. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Yamilet. Mira lo importante del trabajo que ellas hacen. Ellas velan por nuestra salud emocional y por nuestra salud física. De hecho, ella está autorizada a regañarme si yo no me alimento a las horas que son. Y créanme, en manejo de emergencias esto es vital. Tener una... se me está acabando el tiempo, déjame seguir, todavía me falta... ¿me puede regalar 2 minuticos más, Filipa, please? Vamos a seguir. Les decía que ellas tienen que velar por nuestra salud física, emocional y todo eso, y eso es fundamental en el área de manejo de emergencias. Vamos a seguir con la siguiente diapositiva. Si me ayudas, Filipa, por favor. Ok. Ustedes recordarán esto. Estas imágenes yo creo que difícilmente las podemos borrar de nuestra mente. Eso es lo que ocurre al día siguiente del huracán María, cuando pasa por nuestra geografía. ¿Qué pasó? Bueno, nos quedamos sin luz. Como pueden ver, prácticamente todo lo que llamamos el power grid se fue al piso. Las comunicaciones mayormente se fueron al piso. Solamente sobrevivieron algunas líneas análogas. Las líneas celulares, pueden ver las antenas como terminaron algunas. El internet, no había internet. Si no hay servicio eléctrico, si no hay antenas, pues obviamente el internet no funciona. Algunos pocos sistemas satelitales quedaron funcionales, como por ejemplo el Anual. Así que esa es una de las lecciones que nos dejó ese huracán. El sistema de transportación quedó supremamente averiado y afectado. Tal es así que las Tsunami Evacuation Routes, las rutas de desalojo por tsunami, quedaron altamente dañadas. Imagínense una emergencia adicional dentro de esta emergencia, hubiera sido un gran dilema. Miren, como todos fuimos afectados en la isla, pues la red sísmica no fue la excepción. Esto que ustedes están viendo ahí es un ejemplo de lo que nos pasó después del huracán María. En resumen, las estaciones sísmicas de 34 que teníamos quedaron 4 funcionales en aquel momento. Las estaciones de medir las mareas, el nivel del mar, de 7 que teníamos funcionales quedaron 3. Lo que hay en paréntesis es lo que tenemos al día de hoy. Así que estaciones sísmicas de 34 quedaron 4, pero hoy día tenemos 25 y con nueva tecnología. Estaciones de medir mareas teníamos 7, quedaron 3 y hoy día tenemos 12, así que llevamos ya una mejoría. GPS teníamos 6 en aquel momento, quedaron 0 funcionales y hoy día tenemos 12 funcionales. Radares, estaciones de radar, teníamos 2 funcionales, no quedó las 12 fueron con los panchos y hoy día tenemos 4. Sistemas de cámaras, teníamos 3, no quedó ninguna, hoy día tenemos 2. Sistemas DAR, esto es del gobierno federal, teníamos 7, después de los huracanes, aquí fueron ambos, y esto fue, acuérdense que estos viajaron por todo el Caribe, quedaron 2 funcionales, hoy día hay 6. En cuanto a los sistemas de tsunamis, el 65% de los sistemas de sirenas, pueden ver la foto en la parte de abajo, estos sistemas quedaron en el piso, 65% quedaron dañados, 70% de las estaciones ENWIN quedaron dañadas, y así sucesivamente, el impacto fue muy fuerte, pero entonces José Cancel nos va a contar qué pasó y qué ha pasado con el sistema de detección, la instrumentación. José, cuéntanos cómo está todo. Oops,
Good day.
José,
my name is Jose Cancel. I am the Technician Department Coordinator of the Puerto Rico Seismic Network. On this video, we'll talk briefly about the events that affected us all since 2017 until recent days. The Hurricane Maria on 2017, the two earthquakes on December 2019 and January 2020. Also, the COVID-19 virus pandemic quarantine that started on March 2020. On September 2017, we had the most Good day. My name is Jose Cancel. I am the Technician Department Coordinator of the Puerto Rico Seismic Network. On this video, we'll talk briefly about the events that affected us all since 2017 until recent days. The Hurricane Maria on 2017, the two earthquakes on December 2019 and January 2020. Also, the COVID-19 virus pandemic quarantine that started on March 2020. On September 2017, we had the most destructive force passing through the island, the Hurricane Maria. It destroyed most of the stations inland and also in U.S. Virgin Islands and British Virgin Islands. The most damage was caused to the power and communications. The strong winds took some of the solar panels and destroyed them, some of them never to be found. The communications were affected because there were no AC power in the repeaters. Somehow, the short periods stations managed to stay working. As soon as we overcame the obstacles in the way to the PRSN headquarters caused by the Hurricane Maria, we started to fix the stations. Those stations that did not suffer considerable damage were left recording on site. Stations like CBDP and ECPR, the strong winds took the solar panels and moved them to never be found. Most of the damage was communication and power. Some of the seismometers and recorders were not damaged because they were on the ground. We had never experienced something like Maria. Then, thanks to the aid of federal funding, we started to fix all the broadband stations. We changed the communications to VSAT and also changed the recorders and sensors with new equipment. Then, the two earthquakes of December and January occurred. We experienced firsthand what others had felt during a storm earthquake. Soon, we installed temporary stations together with the USGS. During the installation, we experienced a strong earthquake, and it is the most terrifying experience that I have felt. During the installation, we installed 5 temporary stations and the USGS 6. Then, in the middle of the earthquake sequence and the process of fixing all the stations, it came the COVID-19 virus pandemic quarantine. It started on March 2020. And with it came all the restrictions by the government that put to a halt the plan to bring out all the stations. We have continued working, but with restrictions that are keeping us from finishing the works of fixing and installing new equipment. As soon as the restrictions become less strong, we will continue with the improvements. Anyhow, we have continued with the maintenance and installation inside the island. To finish, I wanted to say that it's been difficult to keep the network running, but not impossible, thanks to the dedication of all the members of the staff of the Puerto Rico Seismic Network. Thanks for your support and good day. Keep safe.
Thank you. Gracias, José. Como pueden ver, el asunto es bien difícil. Fue a pesar del entrenamiento que tenemos. Porque déjenme decir, yo llevo, y lo voy a decir de nombre mío, yo llevo 30 años hablando de temblores. Y la experiencia en enero fue, como dijo el compañero José, fue terrorífica. Y son 6.4. Aquí tenemos que ser solidarios con nuestra gente del área suroeste por la experiencia que todavía no termina. Y lo que nos pasó con el huracán pues fue realmente algo bien fuerte, unas experiencias que yo creo que nunca se han de olvidar y sobre todo de las cuales tenemos que aprender para hacer nuestra isla resiliente. Y pues ahí nos unimos a no solamente Puerto Rico, pero todo el Caribe, ser resiliente. Tengo más material que presentar, pero el tiempo pues ya se me acaba. Yo sé que la moderadora es Ada. Podemos terminar aquí, podemos canalizar las preguntas. Lo que me falta es más bien el área ya de cómo es que se procesa la información y la parte científica. Entonces, pues nada, yo dejo lo que Filipa y Ada estimen conveniente.
Saludos, Víctor. Muchísimas gracias. Interesante presentación. Y hay varias preguntas que surgen, Víctor, sobre todo en el área de cómo en la crisis siempre uno ve oportunidades. ¿Cómo la red sísmica puede ver oportunidades para construir resiliencia, sobre todo ahora que estamos, ¿verdad?, en una parte más baja de la actividad sísmica y donde podemos adelantar mejor toda la ciencia de la parte de geología y de sismicidad para Puerto Rico y el Caribe?
Muchas gracias, Ada. Mira, a mí me gustaría primero comentar acerca de la misma definición de resiliencia. Después del huracán siempre nos han dicho, mira, vamos a ser resilientes. Sin embargo, como que no nos han explicado qué significa eso. Entonces, muchas veces si los expertos en el tema dicen, no, ser resiliente es la capacidad de levantarnos. Entonces yo no concuerdo. Yo digo, no, ser resilientes es no caernos. ¿Ve? Y ahí radica todo esto, porque si nosotros nos caímos, significa que ya nos golpeó el asunto. En ese caso, vamos a hacer toda nuestra planificación desde un comienzo. La red sísmica es un buen ejemplo. Aquí me gustaría comentarlo. Es un buen ejemplo de cómo la preparación funciona. La red sísmica mantuvo comunicaciones después del huracán María. Mantuvimos con limitaciones, pero las mantuvimos. Hemos logrado, yo creo que a diferencia, ¿no?, de otras hermanas agencias del gobierno, en estos 3 años que llevan después del huracán, hemos logrado recuperar no solamente las estaciones que se nos dañaron, pero mejorarlas. Por eso logramos dar un buen resultado y un buen trabajo ahora durante la secuencia sísmica de enero. Así que, primero, hay que hacer una buena coordinación, hay que tener un buen plan de acción y hay que tener pues unas metas bien claras y bien definidas. Por supuesto que la resiliencia no la hace uno solo. Tiene que ser todo un plan ya a nivel obviamente oficial, pero no podemos salirnos del soporte oficial, porque si a mí, yo puedo preparar mi casa, ¿verdad? Yo puedo preparar aquellos objetos que se pueden caer. Hace pocos días, Ada, teníamos el ejercicio de checkout, 250,000 personas participaron en la isla de este ejercicio, pero yo no puedo quedarme solamente diciéndole a la gente, mira, si tiembla, métete debajo de la mesa, agáchate, cúbrate y sujétate. Si tu casa se dañase por el motivo que fuera, pues ya necesitamos de soporte oficial. Ya necesitamos de algo más allá de nuestros propios recursos familiares. En ese caso, pues también la resiliencia implica no solamente nuestra familia, no solamente la red, pero también instituciones ya más gubernamentales. Así que todos formamos parte, yo creo que es el mensaje mío, todos formamos parte del plan de resiliencia de nuestra isla. Y todos tenemos un granito de arena, todos tenemos responsabilidad también, porque el hecho de que yo no puedo esperar a que me hagan todo, yo también tengo que participar y yo también tengo que aportar a ese plan, porque a la larga, acuérdate, Ada, cuando ocurrió ese temblor el 7 de enero, eran las 4:20 de la madrugada, estábamos solos. Yo creo que a nadie de nosotros nos llamó un oficial de manejo de emergencias ni ningún empleado de la red sísmica para decirnos lo que teníamos que hacer. La tierra empezó a temblar y cada quien sabía qué tenía que hacer. Si no lo sabíamos, pues estábamos en un problema. Y eso es lo que precisamente nosotros necesitamos de la comunidad, que también se vinculen, formen parte pues, de todo ese programa de preparación. ¿Okay?
Víctor, también nos están preguntando, primero que todo, déjame decir que muchísimas personas dando las gracias a la red sísmica de Puerto Rico por cuidarnos, dándonos información, por el trabajo que ustedes realizan las 24 horas. Así que por favor extiende estas felicitaciones, primero que todo por el gran premio que les acaban de dedicar, más que merecido, Víctor. El trabajo que ustedes hacen es encomiable y tú sabes que tenemos una excelente relación. Pero dentro de esta misma situación de información, puede darse paso a que hayan fake news, en el sentido de que ahora en las redes sociales o todo el mundo se convierte en sismólogo o se convierten en meteorólogos. ¿Cómo la red sísmica trata de controlar, si de alguna forma, para llevar un mensaje que sea de ciencia, pero a la misma vez que sea en arroz y habichuela para el público general?
Sí, mira, lo primero es contar con los medios, Ada, y en eso tú lo sabes muy bien. Tú eres nuestra, yo creo que para nosotros la colaboración tuya y la ayuda tuya y de todos los colegas de los medios es fundamental. Y por eso es que tienen un papel tan importante en el protocolo de respuesta en la isla. Y es que nuestro plan de respuesta, nuestro protocolo no puede estar completo sin la participación de los medios. Y este mensaje pues es en general. Además de eso, pues cómo nosotros operamos, hemos aprendido también. Y créeme, la experiencia de enero nos ayudó, ya que yo tengo que reconocer al doctor Alberto López, a la doctora Elizabeth Banacor. Es una pena, ellos también prepararon su video, pero no, la conferencia va a estar disponible, ¿verdad, Filipa? A mí me gustaría dejarlo en línea para que también las personas sepan la aportación de la parte científica. Y es que hemos decidido que, ¿verdad?, es necesario que haya información tan rápido como sea posible, pero esa información tiene que ser buena. Y eso porque no es para empezar a desmentir a fulano o desmentir a sutano, es para dar información certera, de información que la gente quiere escuchar, porque lo que hemos aprendido es que la gente quiere escuchar algo. Y si no lo escucha de una fuente oficial, entonces van a escucharlo del vecino, van a escucharlo de algún sitio de las redes sociales, y hay gente que entonces va a creer esta situación. Y eso lo aprendimos, Ada, en enero. ¿Qué pasó con el barco, por ejemplo, que decía, no, la explicación de los temblores es que hay un barco ruso sacando petróleo de aguas estadounidenses? Mira, interesante el asunto. Y eso enseguida siguió por las redes sociales. También tuvimos el que era las antenas de HART que estaban apuntando hacia Puerto Rico. Interesante, ¿no? Pero hubo gente que entonces se creía eso. Así que como no queremos entrar en discusión con ellos, porque esa es una pelea realmente que no tendría ningún sentido, pero sí lo que entonces aprendimos es que tenemos que llevar la información a la gente lo más rápido que se pueda. Nuestros analistas, allá, la señora Gisela Báez, ella con su grupo de trabajo, son los que están 7 días, 24 horas y están procesando toda esa información tan rápido como podamos. Y es que también nos toma un tiempo. No es que tiembla y ya la información está oficial, porque la información tiene que ser revisada, tiene que ser entonces revisada 1, 2 y hasta 3 veces. Por eso es que hay veces sale un boletín preliminar y después sale un boletín revisado. La gente también tiene que tener un poquitico de paciencia, ¿no? Porque hay veces sienten el temblor y quieren inmediatamente que ya me digan dónde fue y si viene tsunami o no. Eso toma un tiempo, que pueden ser hasta 5 minutos, y cuidado si más. Así que también es importante que la gente entienda esa parte. Nosotros hacemos nuestro mejor esfuerzo, nuestros empleados, nuestros analistas, nuestros científicos están haciendo su mejor esfuerzo, pero esa información tiene que fluir. Número uno, tenemos que conversar con nuestros partners federales. Tenemos que entrar en una reunión inmediatamente con los oficiales que están en Hawái, con los que están en Golden, cuestión de que la información fluya de manera homogénea, porque también entendimos que si la información, si una agencia dice una cosa y otra agencia dice otra, eso confunde a la población. Y entonces ellos a la larga dicen, no, es que yo le creo más a mi vecino, porque como que Red Sísmica dice una cosa y NOAA dice otra cosa y USGS dice otra cosa. Entonces todo eso ya cuando es una emergencia que trasciende, una emergencia que seguramente cause daños, entonces todos lo trabajamos de una forma coordinada. Así que esa fue nuestra experiencia, llevar la información al público lo más rápido que podemos, pero una información que ya ha sido revisada y que ha sido entonces considerada por nuestro equipo científico y por nuestros analistas.
Víctor, la ciencia sigue evolucionando y sobre todo la sismología, aún no es posible pronosticar el que ocurra un sismo. Sin embargo, ya hay sistemas de alerta en California, en México. De alguna forma, eso se puede establecer en Puerto Rico. ¿Cómo la tecnología pudiera integrarse para poder, a lo mejor algún día, dar al menos segundos de adelanto de que llegue un temblor más fuerte?
Muy interesante pregunta, Ada, y todos los que nos escuchan, mira, cada región es particular y aquí tenemos la problemática en Puerto Rico y en enero lo vimos, que nuestras fallas están prácticamente en las zonas pobladas, ahí al lado. La distancia era ¿cuánto? 10 kilómetros entre la zona de falla y los municipios de Guánica y del sur. Para esas distancias, Ada, no hay sistema en este momento, no hay sistema que nos pueda alertar, aparte de las señales naturales. Por eso es que como parte del programa de Tsunami Ready, lo primero que nosotros le enfatizamos a la población es hay que reconocer las señales naturales. A diferencia de México, por ejemplo, ellos tienen una red muy densa y muy buena en el Pacífico. ¿Y esto para qué? Porque ellos de su sistema de fallas está en el Pacífico. El más importante, ¿no? Ellos tienen fallas en todo lado, pero el sistema de fallas con potencial de la zona de subducción está hacia el Pacífico. Y les da un tiempo. Un temblor que ocurra en la zona del Pacífico estaría llegando en minuto y medio, tal vez 2 minutos, a la zona del Distrito Federal. Y entonces ellos detectan lo que está en la zona costera y pueden, porque las ondas electromagnéticas viajan más rápido. Pues entonces van a tener unos cuidados de 1 minuto y cuidados de 1 minuto y medio. Pero en el caso nuestro, aquí en Puerto Rico, nuestra falla predominante, vamos a decirlo así, está a ¿cuánto? A 60 millas, 70 millas al norte de nosotros, que si eso generase un temblor, prácticamente toda la isla lo va a sentir inmediatamente. No hay tiempo para uno poder emitir una alerta temprana. Por eso nosotros hemos enfocado nuestros métodos y todo nuestro plan de contingencia a la educación. Una comunidad bien educada, una comunidad bien atenta de cómo debe reaccionar, realmente resolvería el problema tecnológico que podemos tener, porque para tener una alerta temprana, número uno, no hay tiempo, y número dos, es difícil darle una alerta a la población y si la población no sabe cómo debe responder. Por lo
Víctor,
tanto, es un dilema.
Y eso trae también a otra pregunta, porque hay algunas personas que pueden recibir a lo mejor el aviso por teléfono. ¿Cuándo es que se activan las compañías celulares para enviar, si es en una advertencia, en una vigilancia o en un aviso de tsunami?
Sí, mira, el sistema de emergencias, el WIA o el IPOS, que eso es a nivel federal, de hecho, ni depende de la compañía de teléfono, este es una orden a nivel del Departamento de Seguridad Interna y se activa única y exclusivamente cuando hay un aviso. Tú sabes, y hemos tenido esa situación de que la gente cuando hacemos los ejercicios, de hecho en el pasado check-out nos preguntaban, oye, ¿por qué el teléfono no sonó? Porque fue una prueba. Y entonces este sistema está diseñado y poder sacar un permiso, créeme, Ada, no es fácil. Poder lograr que la FCC nos otorgue una dispensa para activar los códigos vivos, eso lleva un trámite y es un trabajo bien cuesta arriba. Que en Puerto Rico tenemos una cooperación muy cercana con el comité del AAAS, ese es el sistema de emergencias, que lo dirige el muy amigo Tuto. También tenemos a los radiodifusores, que el presidente es el amigo Alan Corales. Trabajamos siempre que vamos a realizar estos ejercicios, inmediatamente hacemos un comité de trabajo y entonces se piden las dispensas necesarias. Pero activar el WIA, que es el sistema de emergencias a través de los teléfonos celulares, no es posible para una prueba, ni siquiera para una advertencia, una vigilancia. Tiene que ser un aviso. A ese nivel vienen requeridos. No es si quieren, es que vienen requeridos activarla.
Y de hecho, algo que hemos estado hablando en varias ocasiones ha sido también las alarmas de tsunami que están puestas a través de la isla. Algunas dejaron de funcionar. ¿Cuál es el estatus actual?
Sí, mira, como les mostré en una de las diapositivas, fue duro. El cantazo que nos dio el huracán fue realmente fuerte y sobre todo por el costo. A cada sistema de estas sirenas, en promedio está por los 50, $55,000. Así que fue de los 80 unidades que teníamos, sobre 60 quedaron o averiadas o en el piso. En Islas Vírgenes, el 100% de sus sistemas de sirenas quedó afectado. En Puerto Rico, un 65% de esas sirenas quedó afectado. Y estamos hablando de una cantidad de dinero muy, muy alta. Los municipios lo que hicieron fue que, bueno, algunos tenían eso en sus planes de seguro y otros pues esperando en que FEMA respondiera. Y eso pues toma su tiempo. Toma su tiempo también porque estos sistemas no hay manera de que yo le diga a la compañía, mira, mándame una docena de sirenas. No, cada sirena es diseñada, es igual que los sismómetros nuestros. A comienzos de año, de hecho, y yo agradezco al Senado y a la legislatura de Puerto Rico y a la comisionada y al gobierno en general, porque después de los eventos sísmicos, enseguida ellos quisieron apoyar y de hecho apoyaron. Ellos me dicen, mira, ¿qué necesita la red sísmica para poder monitorear? Yo les digo, en este momento necesito, bueno, muchas cosas, pero necesitábamos equipo. Ellos me dicen, mira, te vamos a aprobar entonces fondos para que adquieras equipo. Lo que yo le digo a la señora, un delegado de la señora gobernadora, le digo, mira, es que un equipo sísmico, número uno, yo poder adquirirlo, me lleva por lo menos un par de meses, porque hay que diseñarlo, hay que revisarlo, hay que calibrarlo y traer estos equipos, los que estamos instalando hoy día, han sido más de 2 millones y pico de dólares que se han invertido. Son equipos de una tecnología que tiene que ser bien delicada y entonces toma su tiempo. O sea, ellos me decían, mira, es que te giramos ahora mismo, y dije, pero eso no necesariamente me resuelve el problema, porque tiene que ser un equipo que ya sí, y esa fue una de las lecciones que aprendimos. Hoy día la red sísmica y la Universidad de Puerto Rico va a tener más equipo disponible en caso de una emergencia. Para enero teníamos 5 estaciones, de suerte y gracias a la cooperación con el Servicio Geológico, logramos instalar 6 adicionales. En total, 11 equipos llegaron inmediatamente para hacer despliegue, pero eran equipos que ya estaban preparados, que estaban diseñados específicamente para un despliegue rápido. Porque vuelvo y te repito, comprar esos equipos, incluyendo las alarmas, va a tomar mucho tiempo.
Víctor, y para finalizar, la última pregunta, de hecho hicimos un foro hace unos días atrás, el pasado sábado, donde estábamos hablando de agacharse, cubrirse y sujetarse. Y hay personas que todavía tienen la confusión del triángulo de la vida, que si salir corriendo, y vimos, y de hecho presentaron una gráfica muy buena donde establecía, mira, estas son todas tus opciones, pero realmente cuando hay un temblor fuerte de magnitud 5.5 en adelante, tu perímetro de movimiento es tan escaso que no vas a poder realmente escapar del área, sino que te vas a quedar en un área y por eso mismo es que se recomienda agacharse, cubrirse y sujetarse. ¿Puedes abundar sobre eso por un minuto?
Sí, claro, Ada. Interesante pregunta y es que el check-out, que fue nuestro ejercicio del pasado 15 de octubre, es una recomendación. A lo mejor hay otras recomendaciones, como tú mencionas, el triángulo de la vida, el desalojo. A la larga, lo que nosotros queremos es que si el evento es fuerte, el desalojo hay que activarlo. Pero durante el movimiento, Ada, ¿por qué tenemos que agacharnos? Es que si no nos agachamos, como quiera, el temblor nos va a tumbar. Si nosotros vamos a querer, como dicen, no, es que yo puedo salir corriendo. Mira, si tú estás en un multipiso, ponle un 10º piso o más, no sueñes que vas a poder desalojar en el tiempo que te provee un terremoto para tu seguridad, que estamos hablando de segundos. Cuanto más esos pocos segundos debes aprovecharlos para alejarte de alguna zona que pueda ser peligrosa, un ventanal debajo de un abanico, de una lámpara o de un aire acondicionado que pueda caerse, porque nos va a causar daño. Confiemos en los ingenieros. Las estructuras en Puerto Rico siguen un código de construcción que sí que se afectaron, porque eso ha sido un golpe muy duro lo que nos dio el terremoto era en enero. Ver estas estructuras en el suroeste de Puerto Rico tan averiadas, la escuela colapsada, las casas caídas de lado. Pero si tú ves en detalle, las casas aguantaron. Para el cantazo que recibieron, las casas aguantaron bastante, diría yo. Están sentadas, están caídas, las columnas cayeron. Pero la casa, el segundo piso, quedó bastante íntegro en parte. Así que las personas que estaban ahí, claro, Ada, el susto tiene que ser algo realmente increíble. O sea, yo reconozco eso porque yo sentí el temblor aquí en Mayagüez y no fue de la intensidad que fue allá en Guánica y sentí pánico, porque es que eso es natural sentirlo.
Y
Ahora,
eso es muy importante. Ajá, perdona.
Ahora, esos segundos valiosos que la Tierra nos da es para yo protegerme de algo que pueda caerme encima, de algo que pueda salir disparado y hacerme daño. Después de que entonces la Tierra deje de temblar, entonces es que yo voy a buscar el desalojo. Pero repito, no sueñen que si están en un multipiso van a poder llegar a la calle en cuestión de 1 o 5 segundos, que es lo que la Tierra nos va a dar. Si han tenido la oportunidad de diseñar tu plan y están en su casa, la casa es de 1 o de máximo 2 pisos, y has hecho la preparación, has hecho el ejercicio previo y entiendes que puedes desalojar en esos pocos segundos. Pero mira, te lo digo por experiencia, hubo gente que salió de sus casas y lo que tenían al frente de la casa era un poste del tendido eléctrico y salían justo a debajo del tendido eléctrico. Se estaban saliendo de un sitio que no se afectó a un sitio que podría ser más peligroso. O sea, tienen que revisar muy bien sus alrededores. Si su plan es ese, bueno, está bien, ese es el plan y así lo entienden, pero tienen que tener mucho cuidado y tener bien claro de que cuáles son los potenciales problemas que puedan tener. Debajo de un poste del tendido eléctrico, eso no es un sitio seguro, definitivamente que no lo es.
Bueno,
y si estaban en la casa, a lo mejor estaban seguros, más protegidos. ¿Sí?
Víctor, estamos extremadamente agradecidos de tu tiempo y quiero mencionar que el Ecoexploratorio Museo de Ciencias de Puerto Rico también tiene un programa de educación específicamente sobre el tema de terremotos y tsunami que se llama Tiembla Fuerte, que es para escuelas, es de K-12, pero es para toda la familia, que ha sido coordinado y se lleva a cabo junto con la Red Sísmica de Puerto Rico. La idea es construir un Puerto Rico más resiliente y esa resiliencia, si la queremos realmente construir, requiere no solamente una gran disciplina, requiere también la voluntad y sobre todo requiere empatía. Nosotros no podemos hacer ciencia sin empatía, nosotros no podemos comunicar un mensaje que salve vidas sin entender la necesidad de las personas a que servimos. Y eso es algo que tenemos muy claro, tanto en la red sísmica como en el ecoexploratorio y en esta servidora, y solo se logra y estando dentro de las comunidades, hablando con las personas en las comunidades, entendiendo el dolor, entendiendo la ansiedad, entendiendo sus preocupaciones para nosotros poder ser mejores mensajeros y realmente hacer la diferencia para construir un Puerto Rico resiliente como el que deseamos. De nuevo, doctor Víctor Huérfano, director de la Red Sísmica de Puerto Rico, les deseamos siempre lo mejor, el mayor de los éxitos en sus investigaciones y en el servicio que dan a la comunidad y estamos extremadamente agradecidos por estar con nosotros en esta conferencia anual de la División del Caribe de AAAS. Así que muchísimas gracias y ahora continuamos con Filipa.
Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Ha sido un Q&A extraordinario. Sigo recibiendo mensajes por WhatsApp, por las redes sociales, que está todo el mundo encantadísimo y muy agradecido, Víctor, a la Red Sísmica. Y gracias por poner los vídeos del staff. Dejaste clarísimo de que es un trabajo de grupo, un trabajo con mucho sacrificio que la gente no comprendería de otra manera. Así que muchas gracias y muchas felicidades. Te vamos a hacer llegar la placa de cristal. Vamos ahora a un pequeño intervalo. Antes del intervalo, quería agradecerle a Ada por la intervención extraordinaria siempre que tiene. Y si puedes invitar rápidamente a los oyentes a visitar el ecoexploratorio con los cuidados, ¿verdad?, durante la pandemia.
Muchísimas gracias, Filipe. Definitivamente queremos invitar a todo el público a que nos siga a través de la operación del ecoexploratorio que actualmente se está realizando de dos formas. Número uno, se está realizando a través de Ciencia Virtual, que es la plataforma educativa digital del ecoexploratorio, donde diariamente se ofrecen actividades y conferencias, aparte que se están trabajando con comunidades individuales para poder servir a los niños niños y dar un apoyo de calidad en la educación a los maestros y a nuestros niños que ahora mismo están careciendo de serios recursos y donde realmente se hace muy difícil el poder acercar los científicos y el talento de la ciencia a la comunidad. Así que para todos ustedes en AAAS y para todo el público que quieran apoyar, por favor escríbanos a info@ecoexploratorio.org, info@ecoexploratorio.org. Estamos recibiendo también grupos de 10 personas solamente en el segundo nivel de Plaza Las Américas, que es donde está el Museo de Ciencias de Puerto Rico. Así que allí los estamos esperando, listos para colaborar, para que nos pongan en sus propuestas, para encargarnos con ustedes de la divulgación de todos los proyectos que hay aquí en Puerto Rico para dar a conocer la ciencia boricua al resto del mundo. Así que muchísimas gracias, Filipa, por esta gran oportunidad que le das al Ecoexploratorio. Filipa, el mute.
Ay, perdón. Nos vamos ahora, muchas gracias, Ada. Nos vamos ahora a un intervalo cortito antes de empezar el panel recto de la tarde. Vamos a tomarnos agüita, estirarnos y regresamos en aproximadamente 10 a 15 minutos. Muchas gracias.
¿Qué consejo le daría a las futuras generaciones de científicos?
Mira, la científica puertorriqueña o científicos en general.
En general, puede ser en general.
Yo les diría que las preguntas más importantes yacen por descubrir. O sea, nosotros, las preguntas más importantes todavía no tienen contestación. Inclusive las que pensamos que tienen contestación, las contestaciones están incompletas, que todo lo que saben ellos, que todo lo que han aprendido en los libros de texto, todo está o incorrecto o como optimista incompleto. ¿Por qué? Porque los conocimientos son siempre continuos y lo que nosotros creemos que sabemos hoy es solamente una parte de lo que realmente representa el conocimiento. O sea, si yo pienso que el Sol le da la vuelta a la Tierra, después descubrimos que es la Tierra que le ha dado la vuelta al Sol, después descubrimos, espérate, que ni siquiera el Sol que es el centro, nosotros somos una galaxia dentro del contexto de un universo, pero espérate que hay otro universo. O sea, siempre hay, y eso yendo a escala más grande, también puede a escala más pequeña, con el mismo razonamiento. Entonces, que los conocimientos están incompletos, que queda mucho por descubrir y que el proceso de ser un científico es una cosa maravillosa, porque tiene un pasaporte, te enseña unas destrezas para poder contestar preguntas en el contexto que sea. Y tiene un pasaporte para tomar esa destreza y guiar ese carro virtual abstracto, un avión, o sea, que lo puedes llevar a cualquier parte del mundo que tú quieras. Tú puedes ir con esos conocimientos en cualquier dirección que tú quieras y aportarle a la humanidad, imagínate. Tú le aportas a tu país, le aportas a tu gente, pero tú vas a aportar también a la humanidad. Y es una cosa realmente única, maravillosa, hermosa, y eso es muy feliz.
Nuestro planeta Tierra está en constante cambio. La evidencia histórica sugiere que desde los primeros rastros de existencia, el clima ha estado cambiando y nada sugiere que dejará de cambiar. Pero, ¿qué es el cambio climático? El cambio climático es un cambio a nivel global de forma acelerada de las condiciones del tiempo, donde los patrones usuales que definen el clima de una región se han alterado sin precedente. A través de la historia, los periodos de cambio del clima tomaron miles o millones de años. Sin embargo, en los últimos 100 años, el cambio está ocurriendo a una velocidad no antes vista. Los científicos han encontrado que las actividades realizadas por los seres humanos son responsables de estos cambios. La producción de energía, la eliminación de bosques, la generación en masa de desperdicios sólidos, entre otros, han provocado un incremento drástico en las emisiones de gases como el dióxido de carbono y el metano. Estos gases son responsables de cambios en las temperaturas globales y regionales. En Puerto Rico, el cambio climático promete efectos como son el aumento en el nivel del mar, sequías más prolongadas y frecuentes, aumento de temperaturas y la pérdida de ecosistemas marinos por la acidificación de los océanos. El cambio climático es un asunto actual, local y global. Lo estamos viviendo hoy. Tenemos un llamado constante a ser ciudadanos responsables y modificar nuestras actividades a unas más sustentables y amigables con la naturaleza, porque de esto dependen nuestras futuras generaciones.
¿Qué consejo le daría a las futuras generaciones de científicos?
Mira, ¿la científico puertorriqueño o científico en general?
En general. Puede ser en general.
Yo les diría que las preguntas más importantes yacen por descubrir. O sea, nosotros las preguntas más importantes todavía no tienen contestación. Inclusive las que pensamos que tienen contestación, las contestaciones están incompletas, que todo lo que saben ellos, que todo lo que han aprendido en los libros de texto, todo está o incorrecto o como optimista incompleto. ¿Por qué? Porque los conocimientos son siempre continuos y lo que nosotros creemos que sabemos hoy es solamente una parte de lo que realmente representa el conocimiento. O sea, si yo pienso que el Sol le da la vuelta a la Tierra, después descubrimos, que es la Tierra que le ha dado la vuelta al Sol, después descubrimos, espérate, que ni siquiera el Sol que es el centro, nosotros somos una galaxia dentro del contexto de un universo, pero espérate que hay otro universo. O sea, siempre hay, y eso yendo a escala más grande, también puede a escala más pequeña, con el mismo razonamiento. Entonces, que los conocimientos están incompletos, que queda mucho por descubrir y que el proceso de ser un científico es una cosa maravillosa porque tiene un pasaporte, te enseña unas destrezas para poder contestar preguntas en el contexto que sea. Y tiene un pasaporte para tomar esa destreza y guiar ese carro virtual abstracto de un avión, o sea, que puede llevar a cualquier parte del mundo que tú quieras. Tú puedes ir con esos conocimientos en cualquier dirección que tú quieras y aportarle a la humanidad, imagínate. Tú le aportas a tu país, le aportas a tu gente, pero tú vas a aportar también a la humanidad. Y es una cosa realmente única, maravillosa, hermosa, y eso es muy feliz.
Nuestro planeta Tierra está en constante cambio. La evidencia histórica sugiere que desde los primeros rastros de existencia, el clima ha estado cambiando y nada sugiere que dejará de cambiar. Pero, ¿qué es el cambio climático? El cambio climático es un cambio a nivel global de forma acelerada de las condiciones del tiempo, donde los patrones usuales que definen el clima de una región se han alterado sin precedente. A través de la historia, los periodos de cambio del clima tomaron miles o millones de años. Sin embargo, en los últimos 100 años, el cambio está ocurriendo a una velocidad no antes vista. Los científicos han encontrado que las actividades realizadas por los seres humanos son responsables de estos cambios. La producción de energía, la eliminación de bosques, la generación en masa de desperdicios sólidos, entre otros, han provocado un incremento drástico en las emisiones de gases como el dióxido de carbono y el metano. Estos gases son responsables de cambios en las temperaturas globales y regionales. En Puerto Rico, el cambio climático promete efectos como son el aumento en el nivel del mar, sequías más prolongadas y frecuentes, aumento de temperaturas y la pérdida de ecosistemas marinos por la acidificación de los océanos. El cambio climático es un asunto actual, local y global. Lo estamos viviendo hoy. Tenemos un llamado constante a ser ciudadanos responsables y modificar nuestras actividades a unas más sustentables y amigables con la naturaleza, porque de esto dependen nuestras futuras generaciones.
¿qué consejo le daría a las futuras generaciones de científicos?
Mira, la científico puertorriqueño o científicos en general.
En general, puede ser en general.
Yo les diría que las preguntas más importantes yacen por descubrir. O sea, nosotros, las preguntas más importantes todavía no tienen contestación. Inclusive las que pensamos que tienen contestación, las contestaciones están incompletas, que todo lo que saben ellos, que todo lo que...
Felix, any cue?
Yes.
Okay, we're on.
Hi, good afternoon again. Thank you for continuing to watch the AAAS annual meeting for 2020. It's a great pleasure to be online with such a distinguished panel of scientists and professionals that are interested in helping towards a more resilient Caribbean. So in this afternoon, I have the pleasure to have three distinguished guests with us, Dr. Cardinal Wardy, Dr. Kaleem Shah, and Dr. Evans Emanuel, and Dr. Ricardo Gonzalez, who will be moderating this panel. So I will briefly introduce each one of these guests. All of you who have registered already have the program. So there's a PDF with a short bio from each and everyone who is presenting during this two-day event, but I will shortly present them. So Dr. Cardinal Wardy is a professor at MIT. He holds a PhD in physics from Yale. And he's a professor of electrical engineering in the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and his current research is focused on the development of optoelectronic neural network coprocessors that give computers brain-like computing power. Professor Wardy holds 12 patents on special light modulators, displays, and optical information processing systems. And basically, he's also a contributor to improving Caribbean science. He's the faculty director of the Office of Engineering, and he's also actively engaged in helping youth pursuing careers in STEM. He's the president of the Caribbean Diaspora for Science, Technology, and Innovation. He's the interim executive director of the Caribbean Science Foundation. Both institutions are aimed at stimulating scientific careers for young people in the Caribbean. So for me, it's a big pleasure to welcome Dr. Cardinal Wardy with us this afternoon. Following Dr. Wardy, we have Dr. Kaleem Shah. Dr. Shah is a recognized expert on public policy, regulation, and governance in small island jurisdiction. As an institutional theorist, his research addresses science-based policy and regulatory design and administration for climate change, pollution, clean technology, industrialization, and sustainable production and consumption. He's currently the director of Island Policy Lab at the University of Delaware. And he has also held faculty posts at the School of Public and Environmental Affairs in Indiana University and the University of Trinidad and Tobago, which is his country of origin. For us, it's also a very a big pleasure to have a young, distinguished scientist with us. We also have Dr. Evans Emanuel. He's coming from Haiti. Dr. Emanuel is the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation and the Dean of the Graduate School Society and Environment of Quisqueya University, a private nonprofit institution of more than 3,000 students in Port-au-Prince. Dr. Emanuel holds a Master of Science in Sanitary Engineering from the University of San Carlos in Guatemala and a PhD in Environmental Engineering from the National University and Applied Sciences of Lyon. Professor Evans Emanuel is also founding director of the Health and Environment Laboratory of Quisqueya University, and he was from May 2012 to December 2018 the director of the Doctoral College of Haiti and was a member of the Scientific Council of the Agence Universitaire de la Francophonie. For us, it's a big pleasure to have them here and to moderate this amazing panel. We have also a distinguished local scientist, Dr. Ricardo Gonzalez Mendez, a friend and a colleague from the medical campus. He's a professor at the Department of Radiological Sciences at the University of Puerto Rico School of Medicine where he has been a member of the faculty since 1989. He was also an associate dean for academic affairs and served as interim dean for academic affairs of the same campus. He's currently the president of the concurrent degrees committee for the MD PhD at the School of Medicine. He has a biophysics PhD from Stanford and a postdoctoral degree in NMR and anesthesia at the University of California in San Francisco. He's an expert in bioinformatics, and he's also very invested in training students and the next generation of bioinformaticians in the biomedical fields here in Puerto Rico. So now I open the floor to Dr. Cardinal Wardy. I'm going to project his presentation. If you just give me a second here. Let me make sure that excuse me, I'm going to, okay. Mind me here a second. I'm going to share my screen. It's this one. Let's see. Let me see here. Do you see the Dr. Wardy?
Yes, thank you, Philippa. Thank you so much, Philippa, and also Ricardo, our moderator. Thank you for inviting me to speak at the 2020 annual conference of the Caribbean Division of AAAS. I haven't been in Puerto Rico in a long time, but maybe you can invite me again when it's in person. But I wanted today to talk about building resilience, since that's the theme of the conference, but not so much to focus only on the three themes within the conference, but to broaden it a little bit, because I believe that resilience and economic strength and building a stronger economies in the Caribbean, they all go hand in hand. And in particular, I want to talk about economic diversification, because most of our countries in the Caribbean are, especially in the English-speaking Caribbean, are focused a lot, mostly on tourism. But as you can see, and as Philippa introduced me, I wear many hats. The Caribbean Diaspora logo is up in the left-hand side, Caribbean Diaspora for Science, Technology, and Innovation. MIT pays my bills, so they're top center. And the Caribbean Science Foundation doesn't pay my bills, but I am the interim executive director, as it says down below. And it's my way of giving back to the region that was so good to me. I was born in Barbados, or as you say, Barbados in Espanol. But most of my adult life, I've been living in the United States, and I go back to Barbados several times per year, except now that COVID has cut my wings, so I can't fly there anymore. And you can go on to the next slide. So since my talk is going to have an economic flavor, I decided that I should have a quote from the IMF. It's an old quote from 2013, but not much has changed. But the stuff that's underlined is probably the most important thing, is that the Caribbean, and that includes the English-speaking Caribbean, is the most heavily indebted region in the world, and yes, we borrow a lot of money. The average debt levels are more than twice the median for larger Latin American countries. So we have a lot of catching up to do, and our economies are not very strong, so borrowing is always a problem for us. And I want to address that in addition to resilience. So the three on the top in blue are the ones that are the focus of this workshop. But I added a lot of others because we have lots of other problems. The debt one, of course, I've already mentioned, the poverty levels. We don't have a lot of natural resources. I guess in the South, they consider Guyana sometimes part of the Caribbean, and they do have a lot of natural resources, and Trinidad and Tobago better than most of the smaller islands. But in general, we're energy deficient, food deficient. We have small numbers of people, so our workforce is kind of limited. Caribbean is not known for the most efficient labor sources of labor in the world. That's a social problem that I don't think we can solve today. Our land areas are small, except maybe for Cuba and Puerto Rico, but in general, they're tiny. And there's limited expertise in the region, especially technical expertise. Most of our economies are service economies. We already talked about tourism, and there are few high technology jobs. If you want to start a company, there's not much venture capital around to do that. We have lots of small governments, and these governments, especially in the English-speaking Caribbean, were dominated by colonial powers in the past, and some presently the same way. And those colonial powers have put monopolies in place on the ground and have exported, of course, their culture to us, and we've adopted lots of it, the good and the bad. And especially in the English-speaking Caribbean, there are lots of islands, lots of small islands, and everyone has a king or a queen, and they talk about sovereignty, and they don't work well together. So I've tried to encapsulate for the broader Caribbean region some of the problems that I see. And the theme of this is a lot about collaboration. The theme of this panel is a lot about collaboration, and I think we need to, as islands in the same region, sharing the same water, breathing the same air, and having pretty much the same problems, we need to work together more closely. Next slide, please. So I've been frustrated by the ineffective governments, at least in the English-speaking Caribbean, where the Caribbean Science Foundation does most of its work, and I'll explain what the Caribbean Science Foundation is in a few minutes. And so I see an absence of effective leadership, at least in English-speaking Caribbean. And the question is, how can we address the challenges that I showed on the previous slide? When can we do it if the governments aren't really taking some of those things seriously? And where can we find help? And so those are some of the questions I'm going to try to answer today, and I will not be able to answer all the questions, but at least I'll provoke some discussion, and the Q&A may help. Next slide, please. So you might ask, why science and technology? Because I'm proposing that part of our way out of this mess is to embrace more science and technology, especially among our young people. That's the box down on the bottom. Imperative to promote STEM, that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education in our young people. We believe, because I think it's been proven around the world, that science and technology can be harnessed to create new kinds of technology companies. We've seen it happen in the developed world. Not enough of it is happening in the developing world. Most of those jobs are high-paying jobs. And in the Caribbean in particular, it's a way for us to embrace science and technology for economic diversification and development. And of course, that would help us with combating climate change and helping us to manage our natural disasters, which is the focus of this conference. Next slide, please. So the model that we have in mind at the Caribbean Science Foundation is one that is very strongly STEM education based. We believe that science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education is a foundation that all of our students should get from the time they're 4 or 5 years old. And we need to create this culture of teaching science better and teaching more of it throughout the entire Caribbean. We need to create a lot more engineers than doctors and lawyers in the English-speaking Caribbean, especially a lot of our young people who are very bright. They go into law and medicine because they're almost guaranteed a job. Lawyers are having a much harder time now finding good work. There are too many of them in some of the English-speaking Caribbean islands. And doctors are not having it as good as they used to be in the older days. But those are prestigious careers as far as the Caribbean people are concerned, and engineering and science not having the same prestige or recognition by parents and adults. So youngsters tend to shy away from the sciences. But those are the areas, the science and the engineering, that are needed to build up the economies, because I would argue that scientists and engineers create more jobs than doctors or lawyers. And we do need good paying jobs and many, many more of them to raise us out of poverty. But in addition to science and engineering training, training in entrepreneurship and understand how companies are formed, how companies make money, and how to take a good idea and bring it to fruition in the form of forming a company and hiring people. A lot of those skills need to be taught in our schools from very young and all the way through university. Of course, if we create new technology companies, we are almost there in terms of diversifying our economies. And the idea is to bring in foreign exchange to a lot of our countries. So we have to develop products and services, not only to service a particular island or just the Caribbean, but we also need to bring in foreign exchange from abroad. And exports then are very, very important. Whether you're exporting software or hardware or a mixture of both, it doesn't matter. We need to be selling more goods to people outside the region to bring in more foreign exchange. And this little cycle I have here then will help with the economic growth and the diversification, which will supplement tourism. So we're not getting rid of tourism. I'm not proposing that at all. I think right now tourism is a problem because of COVID-19, and the Caribbean, a lot of Caribbean countries have no recourse. So for the last 18 years or so, I've been preaching this same story here about economic growth and diversification through STEM. I've given talks in many, many islands to many, many prime ministers, and when times were better, no one took me up on trying to implement some of the suggestions that I had made. Go on to the next slide, please. So here I am again, now speaking in Puerto Rico with the same message. So here's what we have done with the Caribbean Science Foundation. You can see it's at the center. If Caribbean Science Foundation is trying to address some of these problems, especially in cases where the governments are ineffective. We're a very, very small organization, but up on the top, you'll see CADSI, the Caribbean Diaspora for Science, Technology, and Innovation. It's a bunch of us from the diaspora who were either born or love the Caribbean. We are in UK, we are in the US, we are in Europe, and we all want to give back to help solve this problem. So we organize ourselves. We have a branch in the UK. There's a branch in New England, which is where I am right now. I'm outside the Boston area. And there is a branch in Atlanta, Georgia. That's the US Southeast. So I'm talking about the top left side. The other branches are not very active. There was a branch in Toronto, not very active. There's a branch in Silicon Valley. They generally support some of our programs, but they don't have any programs of their own. And the other two branches never got off the ground. It is very difficult to mobilize a diaspora to help solve the problems in the region. And here we're talking about the scientific and the business diaspora. It's not all of the people in the diaspora in all areas, because we're a scientific organization. But the idea was that the diaspora would help bring resources down to the Caribbean Science Foundation. And the Caribbean Science Foundation will also raise its own funds and get its own assistance from NGOs over on the left, and private individuals, diaspora governments, and the US government does help us a lot, and regional governments, then we can convince them to help us. So, and then what we would do is in the Caribbean Science Foundation, down on the bottom of the slide, you can see that we would help with educational programs and also entrepreneurship programs, stimulating technology entrepreneurship all over the left. So today I'm going to talk about how we are trying to solve the problems that I outlined earlier. There are some programs in the middle bottom. It says SPICE. I'll explain what that is: robotics, computer coding, and STEM teacher training is the last one. Those are STEM teacher training workshops. And we have another program there, SVC, which is not going on anymore. That was an insurance company helping us, Sagicor Visionaries Challenge. So I'll give you a picture then of how we go forward. So the mission of the Caribbean Science Foundation is exactly what I just said. We want to assist with the diversification of the Caribbean economies by harnessing science and technology for economic development. And I claim if economic development, it helps with resilience to the natural disasters and COVID and so on. And so we have decided on a two-pronged pillar. One is helping to reform the educational system in the Caribbean. And when I say Caribbean, I'm talking about mostly the English-speaking Caribbean, although we have embraced Martinique in one of our programs. But we don't have any Spanish-speaking countries in our program at the moment. We've been talking to people in St. Martin, but on the Dutch side of St. Martin, and also with people in Aruba and Curacao, also Dutch. But the program was funded by the English-speaking Caribbean, and because we're small and we don't have a lot of money and resources, we have limited it to the English-speaking Caribbean so far. And technology entrepreneurship, of course, is the way we're going to build companies. We have to help with that because the governments aren't doing much. Next slide, please. So Caribbean Science Foundation was started in 2010, and this is what we've been doing. Up on the very top, started in 2012, you see the Student Program for Innovation in Science and Engineering, SPICE, S-P-I-S-E for short, and that's still ongoing. The Sagicor Visionaries Challenge has stopped, and I'm not going to talk much about that, so I don't waste your time. The student internship program continues to go on because we want our youngsters in science and engineering to get exposed to how companies work, what kinds of jobs they could have as careers. So we try to place them in the summer into companies in the Caribbean, in the US, in Canada, and the UK. And that is a very, very popular program, but we limit it only to the students who have gone through the first program on the top, which is called the SPICE program. We don't open it to the general public. STEM teacher training workshops, we've done those in several Caribbean countries, mostly teaching primary school teachers how to teach science. So we've done them in Jamaica, in Barbados, of course, Antigua, St. Kitts, and Vincent, and Dominica. The next one is the Barbados Junior Robotics Camp. We run those in Barbados every summer. There are 4 levels of our robotics. Lower levels, the students are 10 years old, and the upper level, they're up to 18 years old. And those upper level students have to build their own robots. Ongoing right now, the next one, we have computer coding workshops going on in Dominica and Barbados at the moment, and we had run a coding workshop in St. Lucia earlier. And we have to raise money for all of these programs because the governments really don't help us. And right now, the U.S. Embassy in the Caribbean, in Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean is helping with the Dominica coding workshop. The other programs here, Alcunet and Eranet, those were EU programs. We try to spread our wings out and find money wherever we can. I'm not going to talk much about those today. And the last one, Carib Venture, is the entrepreneurship arm of the Caribbean Science Foundation, which I probably will not talk much about today unless there's a question. Next slide, please. So the computer coding workshops, which I just mentioned in those 3 countries, Barbados, St. Lucia, Dominica, you can see these are introductory workshops for people who have never done any coding before. And we focus on building websites and creating mobile apps. And they're on Saturday mornings from 9 to 12 during the school year. And it's a mixture of students and adults. Because we want to help train the workforce of the future, the youngest students are 15 and the oldest are, well, we open up to people who are up to 115, but none of those have signed up. The oldest is about 55, I think, in the workshop so far. But the goals are to try to stimulate more technology-based entrepreneurship so people can build new software companies, make current companies more globally competitive, and hopefully some of the youngsters will go off and start their own companies, self-employment. Some of the youngsters are going to go on to university, and we think that the coding workshops help them get ready for their first years in universities. But in general, we want to raise awareness of science and engineering in the region and have students consider computer science as a career option, because right now that's not happening enough. And of course, we're far behind the curve in terms of following the developed world. And so we hope we can do some catching up. Next slide. So these slides are going to go pretty fast now because I've already said about the Barbados Junior Robotics Camps. These are youngsters in the camps. Down on the bottom right, that kid is about 17 or so, and he and his team made their own robot. And you can see he has his hand held up, and all of the controls for the robot are in that little glove that he's wearing. He's not touching the robot. There are no wires connected to it. And of course, you can see the others have put kits together, playing on the ground. But that program has about 66 to 70 children every year in robotics in Barbados. Next slide. The SPICE program is our flagship program. It's our oldest program. These students come from as far west as Belize and as far south as Guyana. We bring them to the Barbados campus every year, or the campus of the University of the West Indies. We pay all their expenses. And you can see the subjects that we teach: calculus, physics, biochemistry, entrepreneurship, Caribbean unity. There is not much of that in the English-speaking Caribbean. We teach computer programming, underwater robotics, which MIT donates, and electronics and so on. And we have successful scientists come in and into our career seminars and talk to the students. By the time our students leave, they have been drilled on time management and how to use their time effectively. They have a polished CV in case they want to apply for a job or apply to university. And we help them with their university college applications. It's different from a normal high school experience because we don't focus on grades. We focus on critical and logical and analytical thinking, and we discourage remote learning. So it's very, very different environment for them, and it takes them a whole week to get used to the way that we teach and the way that we want them to learn. So it's mostly on learning and thinking is what SPICE is about. Next slide. We have labs. We use the facilities at University of the West Indies in Barbados. We bring in all our materials, but we use their physical space, and we have biochemistry labs as well as robotics, the underwater robotics. You see that down on the bottom right, and the electronics right above it. Okay, that's good enough for that slide. Next slide, please. In terms of distribution and collaboration amongst at least the English-speaking Caribbean countries, you can see how the distribution of students who have come into the SPICE program since 2012. This year, 2020, we had to go virtual. So the students stayed at home and we shipped them electronics kits. So they were on their kitchen tables, putting together electronics, and we used the Zoom platform like we are now. And they had to do their demos virtually to the whole world, because at the end of all our programs, we have an open forum where the students show off what they've done. And that's true for robotics, and it's also true for computer coding. So the numbers were down in SPICE. There were only 17 students this year in 2020. But you can see that most of them right now, Jamaica used to have the largest number, but now Barbados has the largest number, only by one. And you can see that we have Martinique in there in the middle, is the only non-English speaking country. But that's what we've been doing. 169 students have gone through SPICE. Next slide, please. So these kids that come into SPICE are very bright. It's very difficult to get into the program. It's very, very competitive. And if you look down on the very bottom of this slide, these kids come into the program and they all want to go to their dream science or engineering school. And we are proud to say that 14 of them have gone to MIT or are presently there. 2 have graduated, so they're 12 at MIT right now. 3 have gotten into Harvard, 3 at Stanford and Yale, Princeton. All those other schools have got 1 or 2. But the list is pretty long. I don't think I have any of the UK schools on there. But that's one metric by which we can measure some of the success in SPICE. These students probably would not have applied to some of these universities had they not come to the SPICE program. Next slide. So in terms of creating jobs, which is really what economic development is all about. And I see the educational programs as a means towards helping to create more jobs in the future. And so I've written several papers about how to create STEM jobs in the Caribbean. And this slide comes from one of them. The idea is to attract foreign companies to the Caribbean. Now, the Caribbean, English-speaking Caribbean has been doing that, but they've been attracting mostly financial services companies. We want to attract technology companies. So up on the top left, you can see we're attracting foreign company C, A, B, and C. And what we hope is that some of our university trained graduates up on the very, very top there would come back and work for those companies. And the hope is that these are young, bright people. They will have great ideas, and that they might just leave these companies and form some of the local companies, local tech companies, A, B, and A1, A2, A3. That's what happens in Silicon Valley. You go work for a company, you don't like what's going on, you leave, you start your own. And hopefully they will also hire people from abroad to come into their companies. And maybe those people, some of them will leave and start their own new companies. And we like this model because if we can make it happen, it has exponential growth. It's like a virus. Over on the other side, of course, the companies don't have to be attracted from overseas. If we can generate local companies on the right half of the slide, the same thing happens. But that's what we'd like to have happen. We've told the SPICE students who go abroad that we'd like them to give back. And hopefully some of them will come back and start companies, or if the governments can help attract some foreign companies, we can get this model started. But that's, at least that's my dream of how we can change the landscape. Next slide, please. I've also been encouraging the governments to put money aside. Many of you may be familiar with the United States SBIR program, which small businesses can apply for funds. I think it's maybe $100,000 for phase one. You show feasibility, then you are invited to phase two, where you can get up to $1 million for new technology companies, and phase three, you can take commercial. I've spoken to just about half of the Caribbean countries about this model over the last 18 years, and none of them have really done anything like it. But the idea would be that over on the left would be a phase one. We don't have as much money as the United States, so 100K Barbados dollars. The Barbados dollar is 50 cents in the United States. So all the numbers are down here by a factor of 2. And some of those companies in phase one will fail, like company A didn't go anywhere, and company E didn't go anywhere. Company C and D went on and got phase 2 funds. And then, in fact, company B didn't even bother phase 2. They went straight to phase 3 to global markets, and they got funding from angels up above on the top box there, and institutional funding from ventures capitalists and so on. But this model can work if the governments can seed it. Over on the left-hand side, bottom, the government needs to seed some of these companies, and some of them will fail, but there's a big fear of failure in the Caribbean, but that's expected for technology companies. But eventually, if the government does put money into these companies, they should take some share, some equity in those companies and sell that back later on when the companies get bigger, and that's the bottom arrow that's pointing to the left. And so the government should cash out and put the proceeds into a new set of companies. And that will take a while, but this is what I think we should be doing more of in the Caribbean, not just the English-speaking Caribbean, but certainly the Spanish, the Dutch, the French-speaking Caribbean. Next slide, please. I also envisioned that to help technology in the Caribbean, we need something like this. It says a shared national research laboratory. This is a building. I have it 5 stories, but it could be less, it could be more, it could be smaller, it could be bigger, but we need something where young technology entrepreneurs who want to make stuff, make a prototype, have a place to go to make it. If the universities don't have the resources, and I know that's true for the universities in the English-speaking Caribbean, a building like this, which of course is going to cost a lot of money to not, well, we don't want to build it first, we probably use existing space, but to furnish it with, machine shops and woodworking shops and scanning and transmission electron microscopes and so on, and clean rooms so you can build semiconductor devices, biologically, and biochemistry test equipment and so on. This could be $100 million US easily just to get it off the ground, but we don't have to do it all at once. But it could be shared throughout all the Caribbean islands. It could be shared with Central America, and if there are people in South America who want to use it, you come in, you pay as you go. You pay, if you need to use the scanning electron microscope, you pay by the hour. And there will be technicians and some PhDs in these buildings that are experts in using this equipment. And some of them can do their own research in this building. If they were doing research in some field overseas and they came back to the Caribbean, they could continue their research here and at the same time help service young entrepreneurs and maybe even some of the universities that might want to come in and use this equipment. The question is, who would fund this? How would we get it started? I'm not going to discuss that. I have some ideas, but I'll be willing to listen to what others think. But we need a central facility like this in the Caribbean to ignite our young entrepreneurs and our young scientists and give them a chance, especially those who want to build something or make something other than software. Next slide, please. So I'm going to close here very shortly, but this is going to require a lot of determination on the part of people in the region, and I'm still waiting for a government to take me up on helping to make that center a success, and knowledge acquisition and seizing opportunities and strategic planning, networking, because we have a big diaspora to work with and we're not really using it effectively. We have tried to tap into the diaspora, but the governments haven't done enough of their own work to make that happen. And I don't think the Caribbean Science Foundation can do all this work by itself. We see ourselves as a catalyst for change. We are happy to say that the government of Barbados now has decided to put robotics into the schools. Finally, at least they've talked about it. It was in the newspaper 2 days ago. So I think that we've been successful in that we got the attention of the government there and they're going to do something. But implementation, the very last thing here is really key. In the English-speaking Caribbean, we are good talkers, but we are failing over and over again on implementation. So some of these things have got to change. I think I have one more slide. So in closing, there's a lot to be done. I think collaboration between the islands in the Caribbean is important. I think we can do a lot more to help each other, whether we're English speaking, Spanish speaking, or Dutch speaking. There is no agency that's bringing us together, although I'm talking to some of my colleagues in Aruba about having the EU bring us together. And we can share a lot of our resources. We share the oceans. We have a blue economy almost in every island, but we're not working together. And I think hopefully the Caribbean Science Foundation and its small effort can help to at least unite the English-speaking regions and bring in the Dutch, where we started to bring in the French, the Dutch, and the Spanish-speaking, so that we have some of our people working in Puerto Rico and you have some in Barbados, and we're all trying to rise as the tide lifts all boats, right? Rising tides lift all boats. Maybe all our boats can be lifted together. But I have no doubt that there's no good reason why the next Google couldn't start somewhere in the Caribbean. I think we can do something big and bold if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Google could have started in Puerto Rico, actually. But that's another story for another day.
Okay, great.
So I'm going to put slides. I think Dr. Evans will talk now, and then we leave the questions for the end of all speakers. But you have excited us. There's an individual chat of the board of directors for the AAAS, and we are all excited and seeing possible collaborations coming forward because we have the same interests, right?
Great.
And I think there's many things we could do together. Dr. Emmanuel, do you want to project your slides or should I do it?
Please do it.
I do it. Okay, let me give me just a second here. Okay. Okay. Let me me share my screen. Apologies. And here. There you go.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to speak Spanish, but all the transparencies are in English. So antes de todo, quisiera agradecer al capítulo caribeño de AAAS y particularmente a la presidenta, doctora Filipa Godoy, por el pensamiento especial en Haití en este 10º año del terremoto de 2010 y por el honor de invitarme a esta conferencia. Bueno, vamos a compartir juntos unas reflexiones, pensamientos sobre los efectos de los peligros telúricos sobre el medio ambiente y más que todo los recursos hídricos en Haití. La siguiente, por favor. Bueno, como lo sabemos, el Caribe está una reunión de islas, pero se puede considerar como un laboratorio de terreno en neurociencias, porque estas islas están expuestos a peligros telúricos. Primero, tenemos antes de todo un mapa en donde se puede ver los diferentes espacios territorio, que son pequeños y con algo particular. Es decir, dentro de estas islas hay una que tiene 2 países, es Haití y la República Dominicana. Pero por parte derecha tenemos otra carta en donde se puede ver las diferentes placas, entre las placas de América del Norte y lo del Caribe, en donde se ubicará, digamos, todas estas islas. También las islas están en el camino de los ciclones tropicales y aquellos que se originan en el océano Atlántico desde África para llegar hasta el Caribe. Abajo tenemos 3 fotos. La primera, por parte izquierda, es el movimiento de las placas durante el terremoto de 2010. La segunda foto, la primera fue en enero 2010. La segunda es la erupción volcánica de Montserrat en febrero 2010. Y la última es lo de María de Puerto Rico. Bueno, nuestra región tiene casi todo el tiempo de enfrentar estos eventos, a veces que producen bastante problema, afectando profundamente la vida de la población y también con importantes impactos económicos y afectan de así el desarrollo de los países y también el desarrollo económico de la población. La siguiente, por favor. Bueno, si tratamos de estudiar un poco en detalle los efectos de los fenómenos telúricos sobre los recursos hídricos y también el medio ambiente, ¿qué podemos considerar el primer tiempo? Hay posibilidad durante un terremoto que hay un fenómeno de licuefacción del suelo. ¿Qué puede suceder dentro de eso? Es decir, que el suelo pierde un poco de su solidez y facilite en este caso transferencia de polutantes de la superficie hasta agua subterránea. Aunque las aguas subterráneas están explotadas bastantemente en la región del Caribe. También hay el fenómeno de deslizamiento de tierra, con posibilidad de accidentes, muerte de gente, destrucción de casa, polución de agua subterránea, todo eso y algo más. También con los terremotos hay destrucciones de hábitats. Bueno, todo eso constituyen las características o la realidad, digamos, geofísica del Caribe. El próximo. Si sigamos con los efectos, vale la pena ya de considerar dos cosas. Primero, debemos ver cómo los fenómenos hidrometeorológicos extremos, sequía y inundaciones afectan la región del Caribe y con impacto sobre todo el sector agrícola. Según el IPCC en 2019, particularmente, la siguiente, por favor, la superficie terrestre está bajo de una presión cada vez mayor por causa de las actividades humanas, a lo que suma también el problema del cambio climático. Personalmente, yo no pretendo abordar aquí en esta ponencia los efectos de los cambios climáticos sobre la salud humana. Sin embargo, vale la pena, y pienso que es importante, destacar la epidemia de Zika en el año 2015 y preguntar, digamos, la zona o la proximidad que tiene entre la región del Caribe y la zona de convergencia intertropical. Como sabemos, esta región es de hecho la zona más calurosa y recibe la mayor cantidad de lluvia al año. Es decir, que hay posibilidad que vamos a tener unas inundaciones, las cuales que pueden provocar, digamos, un crecimiento, un desarrollo de la población de insectos, lo que puede también con los insectos facilitar el aumento de la prevalencia de enfermedades transmitidas por vectores emergentes y reemergentes. Según la revista Clima Global, se puede pensar o decir que el mes de agosto de 2019 estuvo marcado por la segunda anomalía más grande en la lectura de la NASA, que se remontan a 18.080. Esto concluye el periodo junio-julio-agosto más caluroso en la historia instrumental antes de 2016. Ya con esta fotografía de la región Caribe y por qué Haití está dentro de esta región, vale la pena para entender, para evaluar bien los efectos, de echar un ojo sobre el ambiente geofísico de Haití. Bueno, el ambiente, el interno geofísico se caracteriza por, digamos, bastante fenómeno hidrológico y biogeofísico específico. Es un relieve marcado por su aspecto robusto. La mayor parte del territorio está ocupada por montañas formadas por piedras calizas. Y de las piedras calizas vale la pena abrir un paréntesis para decir que con presencia de caliza, las aguas tienen la característica de agua dura. La dureza antes de 1957 no tenía ningún efecto sobre la salud humana, según las investigaciones. Pero en 1957 hay un científico de Japón que descubrió que hay una relación entre la dureza de agua y las enfermedades cardiovasculares. Es decir, que cuando tenemos en un lugar, en un país, en una región, fuente de agua con dureza muy alta, vale la pena verificar la concentración de magnesio. Porque si la concentración de magnesio es bajo 7 miligramos por litro, hay posibilidad con esta debilidad que unas personas o toda la población está expuesta, pero los más vulnerables van a tener problemas de corazón, de tensión, de hipertensión, de todo eso. La próxima, por favor. Bueno, yo acabo de dar algo, pero para completar todo eso de lo que yo dije de caliza, vale la pena decir que en mi laboratorio personalmente estamos trabajando sobre la dureza de agua y encontramos en unas regiones no solamente concentración de dureza mayor de 200 miligramos por litro, pero con una concentración baja de magnesio, bajo de 7 miligramos por litro. Y las enfermedades cardiovasculares representan la séptima enfermedad, digamos, que tiene una morbilidad importante en Haití. También hay problema con plomo en agua y también problema de cromio. Es decir, que más que todo el cast que resulta de la presencia de caliza provoque unas imperfecciones dentro de los ecosistemas naturales. El próximo, por favor. Bueno, si hablamos de problemas que tienen relación con el campo de geociencias, vale la pena de decirse qué, digamos, tipo de capacidad que tenemos en Haití, en términos de docencia y investigación. Con la ayuda del Instituto de Investigación para el Desarrollo de Francia, hace unos años los colegas de la Universidad Estatal de Haití y también de mi universidad trabajamos para desarrollar, digamos, unas competencias, o sea, científica a nivel de investigación y también de formación. Hay un laboratorio que se llama la Unidad de Investigación en Geofísica, Geociencia en la Universidad Estatal, que trabaja sobre la sismología, los tsunamis, geotécnicos, hidrometeorología y hace también un programa de investigación. Por otro lado, el siguiente, por favor. Por otro lado, la siguiente, por favor. Por otro lado, yo no sé qué pasó, pero en lo que yo tengo en mi computadora está en inglés, pero yo mandé no es la buena que yo te mandé, pero no es problema. Bueno, el equipo de investigación sobre cambios climáticos trata de explorar la variabilidad climática y estudiar los impactos sobre los ciclos hidrológicos, los ecosistemas continentales, las marinas costeras durante los últimos millenarios. Y como eje o línea de investigación, trabajamos sobre la reconstrucción climática pasada con datos y modelos, los impactos costeros, los cambios planetarios y eventos, digamos, hidrometeorológicos extremos y una línea muy importante. Estos resultados vamos a obtenerlas por científicos, todo eso, y hacemos investigación para mejorar, el bienestar de la población, para dar elementos al gobierno, a las autoridades, con el fin que ellos revisan su política públicas. Bueno, vale, es necesario que dentro de este equipo que tenemos un eje que trabaja sobre la difusión y la educación. Es por eso dentro de esta ponencia vamos a ver un poco a futuro una relación que vamos a establecer entre científicos en campo de geología, de climatología, etcétera, con los colegas que están en ciencias humanas y sociales. Bueno, para la reconstrucción de modelo regional de clima, vamos a utilizar, digamos, los estereotemas en esta reconstrucción. No solamente sobre el clima, pero también sobre los ciclones. Bueno, hasta allá hay solamente un estudio que yo encontré en la literatura que ha hecho sobre la reconstrucción de ciclones. Este estudio fue realizado en los años de 1940 o 1950 en las playas, una playa en Puerto Rico. Es la única que tenemos ya para la región del Caribe. Es decir, que en la reconstrucción de los modelos vamos a utilizar corales, sedimentos lacustres, sedimentos costeros, estagnitas que están en las cuevas, porque con la datación isotópica de ellos se podemos modelar el clima y también ver los ciclones pasados. Yo compartir con ustedes ya un estudio de Murakami y colaboradores que salió en 2020. Bueno, sí. ¿Qué? Bueno, no.
1 minute.
Bueno, en este estudio, estos colegas tratando de estudiar la tendencia y la frecuencia de ciclones tropicales. Y estos estudios han demostrado que la temperatura media global ha aumentado desde mediados del siglo XX y que el aumento, por el aumento de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Por el contrario, el número anual de ciclones tropicales mundiales no muestra una tendencia clara y no ha mantenido estable en torno hasta 1980. Como somos caribeños, yo pienso que la idea de seguir, digamos, no solamente la frecuencia, pero la velocidad de todo eso, vale la pena ver eso a nivel regional, a nivel conjunto. Ya para el próximo, por favor. Ya yo pienso que se puede ver como outlook lo que a nivel regional, lo que hay en Haití, lo que hay en otro lugar, para más o menos identificar qué tipo de colaboración que podemos establecer, pero con respecto a los cambios globales en donde todas las islas del Caribe están vulnerables. Yo puso aquí Haití, pero pienso que es todo el Caribe, que es realmente un laboratorio de terreno en ciencias ambientales. Primero, por el tamaño de las islas. Segundo, pero con la presencia más importante del mar, que permite en ciertos momentos de considerar al lugar de las islas, pero consideramos el Caribe como continente en donde el mar es tan parte de este continente. Y con los cambios climáticos, el aumento de la acidificación del mar y también la modificación del pH, todo eso vale la pena entender lo que pasaría con las playas, aunque el turismo es más o menos uno de los caminos de desarrollo, de crecimiento económico para el Caribe. También vale la pena, sí, ya está el tiempo. Bueno, y lo importante para terminar es preguntar la relación entre ciencia y política con el fin de poder obtener plata para que nosotros podríamos trabajar, desarrollar conocimiento juntos. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Evans. Igual, o sea, hay muchísimas maneras que yo creo que podemos dialogar. No sé si el día va a dar hoy para tanto, pero yo creo que hay muchísimo potencial de hacer partnerships con Haití, con Barbados, ¿verdad? Con todas las islas del Caribe. Podemos hacer cursos, podemos hacer internados. Bueno, podemos hablar eso en el Q&A. Le voy a dar paso a Kalim porque estamos cortos de tiempo. Kalim, you're going to share your slides, right?
Yes.
All right.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
so much. Let me... Okay. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Wonderful. Let's see. Great. Okay. So thanks very much for having me. This is my first time at this AAAS Caribbean Division. So very happy to join colleagues today. Well, let me see just 1 second. I'm trying to fix my screen so I can see everything. Okay. I think that, there we go. Okay. So I'm really glad that I'm actually following Professor Ward on his views on the education and the economic development side. And then Professor Evans just left at a wonderful point on the science policy relationship, which is actually going to kick off where I would like to focus today in our discussion on actually fostering this science policy collaboration in the Caribbean. I'm trained in environmental sciences, and I'm also trained in policy analysis. And my research work has primarily been in policy analysis regarding energy issues, climate change, and broadly environmental issues that face the Caribbean islands. So with that, let me go ahead. So, you know, I'm going to bring that kind of aspect to the table, this interface between climate science and public policy, and where we can go with the kinds of collaborations that we need to have to solve problems. As a policy and analyst kind of scholar, I look at this in two ways. What we're trying to do is we're trying to inject climate science into public policy to deliver science-based, evidence-based decision-making. Sort of on the flip side, we're also trying to advance the development and the deepening of climate science in our countries by leveraging what public policy processes we do have to generate more support for and investment in and resources towards building our climate science portfolios, again, in service of finding solutions. So this all goes back to what we call the the science policy interface, that interface where the scientific community and scientific input folds into the policy makers realm and the policy decision making. Now, the first question that I'd ask is, so where and when does this science policy interface exist, right? So I would argue that generally there are a number of intersection points in what we call the public policy process that we do require science input. In this case, we're talking about climate science input, but pretty much this model accounts for any kind of basic science input. We have the interface happening where we identify policy problems. When we identify climate policy problems, we do so based on, or hopefully we would try to do so based on some amount of scientific input. This is really important when we try to frame the climate policy problem. If one frames something as a phenomenon, just say a drought phenomenon, as seasonal weather patterns, then the direction that the policy takes is very different from if one frames it as a long-term climatic impact, right? So it's really important to have that science input when we do the problem identification, the framing of the policy problem. And similarly in policy formulation, we need science inputs. We need science inputs to tell us what kinds of policy tools and instruments and mechanisms will work best to meet the objectives that we want. There's also interface points when we talk about policy adoption and policy implementation. We don't do this much in the Caribbean. The policy implementation phase is often left, to the implementing agencies and less so to the scientific community. But science plays an important role in policy implementation by guiding us through giving us the right protocols, the right kinds of tools, and the right kinds of approaches to make implementation successful. And I think Professor Ward did also mention that we have a problem in the Caribbean in implementation, right? So this is not something that is not well known. And then in policy evaluation, it's really important to have empirical evidence, empirical science-based evidence when we evaluate how well the policy that we've put in place, if that policy has reached the goals that we set out. So in that evaluation phase, scientific and empirical evidence is also important. So this might all sound kind of like theoretical. I'm teaching my policy class, my science policy class, but I'm going to quickly go through a couple of recent research projects that I did in the Caribbean region and sort of try to illustrate some of these points in real terms and some of the learnings and understandings that I have gained about how we foster the science policy interface, where the collaboration happens, right? So I'm not necessarily going to talk about the details of the study itself, but I'm just trying to use it to explain some things about the science policy interface and collaboration. So one particular study, which is a policy formulation study, was one I did in 5 Eastern Caribbean countries, where we were looking at policy design for transitioning small island states to energy efficient lighting. So there was this target of 100% energy efficient bulbs, CFLs and LEDs put in, and the taking out of the incandescent bulbs, because as you know, those are less efficient, more costly, and have at the end of the day more greenhouse gas emissions with the higher electricity usage. So if we could transition to LEDs and CFLs, this could have some kind of impact. The question was the kind of policy that we would put, the kind of policy tools that we needed to make sure that this transition happened. You can't just tell people that we should do this and it happens. We all know that, right? So that was what the study was about. And as you can see in this diagram here, some of the criteria we used to decide what policy approach we would use for this transition had to do with several criteria, some of which required scientific input from the scientific community. Energy efficiency and environmental effects criteria required us to work with the scientific authorities in the islands responsible for or having knowledge of energy efficiency, energy efficient products, and energy efficient light bulbs and electrical standards. Oftentimes, for example, here, this fell to the Bureau of Standards in each of these countries, where there is the scientific authority on these kinds of issues within the island governments. But as you can also see here in deciding on policy formulation, you also have to take into account other types of criteria, political and social acceptability criteria, feasibility of implementation criteria, and so on. So here we definitely had the meeting of the science community and scientific inputs with the policy and government administration folks to figure this out. Now, in that process, there's a couple things that I learned in dealing with 5 different Eastern Caribbean countries. And, you know, to outsiders, they look very similar, right? But you see that they are not. They have very, oftentimes very different key characteristics that make one policy formulation work in one island and it just does not work in another, right? So I see here for our conversation today that the scientific authorities and this in case I'm talking specifically about the bureaus of standards, but it can apply to other scientific authorities in other contexts, be it, you know, meteorological offices or hydromet offices or what have you in the government structure, right? But here we saw that there were some scientific authority agencies that were more proactive than others. There were some that showed what we call institutional entrepreneurship, going above and beyond their mandates to make sure that scientific input was infused in this particular policy discussion. Now, there are many, many reasons that these things can happen. The scientific agencies, some of them are very empowered and some of them are less so, all right? Now that dictates how much they can step out and promote and advocate for science input into policy discussions like this. If you are a scientific agency within a government framework and you are not central to government, you are tangential to government, or you are small and less resourced, then you're less powerful. You have less access to the decision makers to put your science input in play, right? And these things affect the outcomes of policy, where you might have adequate science input or less adequate science input. So this is one of the things that we realize. Not all science-based science authorities within the government frameworks we have in islands operate the same way, have the same access to decision-making or the decision-making processes, right? Or even have the same motivations to do that, all right? There's another study that I wanted to bring to your attention. So I was involved in developing a white paper for the design of a climate institute for the government of Suriname. And the idea here was that the government wanted a centralized agency in the government structure to coordinate all the national climate policy and climate actions in one place, instead of having piecemeal approaches to climate adaptation and mitigation issues across many different agencies and offices and so on in the country. So a coordinated effort would be more efficient and more effective. So what came out of this was that the first question is really, so what should this climate institute look like? What it looks like depends on what you want it to do. Eventually, we worked through a process which really came down to something very foundational, which is that the primary concern of a climate institute would actually be data collection and data analysis and data dissemination and dissemination of analysis, but not just academic analysis of climate issues, but focused on government national priorities, right? So that was the objective. Now there's a number of different forms that such an institute could take. As you may well know, we all work in different forms of institutions. But the point here is that for the interface to happen between the climate data collection and analysis folks and the policymakers who are using the analysis that they spit out, the models and the recommendations and so on, you have to have the right structures in place to put these people together and put these data sets together and put these ideas together. Structure matters, right? And some structures work better than others. We looked at, if you look at this graph here, this sort of just illustrates some of the structures for this interface that we looked at. On one end of the scale, we thought about an option of a very institutionalized and traditional approach, which would be, let's develop a new statutory body. Let's legislate a new statutory body called a Climate Data Institute or a Climate Change Institute, which would be sort of have third-party authority working with the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, etc., but have some autonomy. That's a high investment kind of proposition. And in our countries, these kinds of legislative approaches to launch a new branch of a unit of government, right? Like a climate authority or climate institute can take a long time, all right? But it would be very effective. And at the other end of the scale, another type of structure that one could look at would be to build on the status quo that is already there, which in this case was the Hydromet Office, which already historically had the legal mandate to collect data on many, physical, biophysical, geological, hydrological parameters that feed into climate analyses. All right. So these were some of the things we looked at. Now, what did we learn from this? Structures matter, as I said, but there are pros and cons to having this a formal science policy interface versus an informal or less formal interface. There are differences that occur in terms of the flexibility that scientists have to collect and interpret and recommend based on data. There are varying degrees of transparency and accountability issues. One of the big things is who owns data? And many of us will understand that question as well. Who owns the data? Who is responsible for the analysis and the recommendations coming out based on that data, right? How do we share data? So those are the types of things that mattered. Structure matters. Fundamentally, to one of the other things that we found is that the legitimacy of the vehicle, how legitimate in the public's eye would be a new climate institute. In the public's eye, which might be different from the scientific community's eye or even the policymaker's eye, all right? And we all know that the climate debates today really require us to have these kinds of structures that have buy-in from the general public, right? So the legitimacy of these structures also matters. I'll just do one more so I don't run out of time. Another very recent study that I undertook had to do with looking at the training policies in public health units in different islands in the Caribbean. 7 islands we looked at actually. The ministries of health, where the public health units fall, all right? And the issue here was that the training policies of the ministries of health and the public health units were very old. The training policies on how we train public health inspectors, very old, more than 10 years old. What does that mean? It means that the training requirements for public health inspectors in these Caribbean countries has very little requirements to understand climate change science. 10, 12, 15-year-old training policies. Sometimes there's not even a mention of climate change science in the official documentation of what kind of training do you need to qualify as a public health inspector. All right. So we went through an evaluation of that. And what we found here is, I'll just put one chart up here of results. This chart actually shows you what we looked at. We asked the practitioners, the public health inspectors, right, or the environmental health inspectors, where in your functions do you see that you need climate change science and knowledge and skills training? And that's what you see on the hard black line there, the solid black line, okay, on various aspects of the health inspector's responsibilities. Now, when we ask the educators, the science educators, we ask them, when you train a public health inspector or an environmental health inspector, and we tell you that they need training in climate change science, climate knowledge, climate-related skills, where do you see you have to train them? And this is the dotted line. So we see here that immediately there's a gap between what the academic scientific community suggests that public health inspectors, the practitioners, have to know to do their job, versus what the environmental health inspection practitioner says he needs to know about climate change to do his job, his or her job, right? So this is another important issue that we have to deal with in our Caribbean countries. And we have to understand too that science inputs, especially in things like training, sometimes has lag times. Unfortunately, in a situation like this, it could be a decade-long lag time in the official training documents. Now, this isn't to say that public health units do not do climate change training, right? They do this all the time, okay? It is, what I'm saying is that it is not official that you need to have this knowledge set to be an inspector, okay? So I think my time is up, but these are some of the things. I had one more, and I can talk to you about that. It has to do with climate technology investment and what we learned there about this science policy interface. But what I'll do is I will sum up. So where do we go from here? Identifying that we have to strengthen this science policy interface to get more scientific input in the policy decisions. So one of the things that I'm working on is the brand new Island Policy Lab at the University of Delaware, where we are working on shaping, comparing, choosing, and designing policy specific for the unique island contexts that Professor Ward wonderfully set out in one of his first slides. We're very unique small island developing states with unique needs and characteristics and also strengths that we can shape policies along. We cannot adopt policies of the industrialized countries or even large developing countries, right? Our specificities and even fragilities require us to develop intrinsic types of policies. And the last piece I'll say is the other big step forward is my involvement in the revitalization of something called the UN, the United Nations Universities Consortium of Small Island States. This has been in existence for quite some time, but it's been dormant since 2014. It's an official UN multilateral partnership organization that used to be led through the University of the West Indies, but as of this year, I am now leading the coordination of a revitalized consortium at the University of Delaware. We have historically had 12 island universities from around the world, including places like the University of Aruba, University of Mauritius, University of Fiji, and so on, involved here. And the idea here is to strengthen the research and education capacity of island-based university institutions. All right. And why do we want to strengthen these island-based university institutions? We want them to be strengthened enough to support and provide scientific input to something called the Samoa Pathway, which is the UN agreement on how islands can meet these sustainable development goals. So here we see we want to strengthen these island-based universities to be able to give the scientific input to the policymakers to direct towards specific SDG goals. So this is also very exciting. I'll stop here. I'm happy to chat some more. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Very intrinsic. All the three panelists showed many interests, common interests, and I think we can open the floor to some of the questions. Ricardo, I'll pass down the microphone to you, but in the meanwhile, I just wanted to ask some reflection on one of the statements that Dr. Wardy mentioned. He said at some point in his presentation that most of families in the Caribbean stimulated their kids to go to medical school and not much to scientific careers, to become a scientist or an engineer. And that's what really, gives back in the end and stimulates economy. So there's a lot of professors and teachers and students watching us. Dr. Wardy, the question is for you. What would you tell them in order to move it around and help them stimulate students and their kids to go on to scientific and engineering careers?
Oh, excellent question. This is a cultural problem, and it's not easy to change minds. But I think COVID-19 has caused a lot of reflection amongst parents and also youngsters in the Caribbean with regard to their professional careers. I think they're realizing more and more that we have too many lawyers, and in some cases, we probably have too many doctors also. And then they see now, because of the social media and all that, they can see that there are many billionaires who've made their monies in technology. If money is a motivator, money is not a motivator for everyone. And I think the things are beginning to change, but I always say to parents, be open-minded, look at where the developed world is going, and normally the developing world tends to go in that same direction. And in today's world, it's different from the world 50 years ago when those parents were youngsters. In those days, lawyers and doctors made a lot of sense for the Caribbean. We were developing nations. We were gaining independence from the mother country, so to speak. And we needed to put a lot of institutions in place, political, social, structural, and so on. A lot of that has already happened. And now I think the needs in this second wave of 50 years is very different. And if we can educate the parents and the older generation, including my generation, that things are different and that you can make a living in technology, you can make a very good living, and that even though a lot of us in the Caribbean, our forefathers were, they were slaves, and the idea of owning your own business was so foreign. And so entrepreneurship today is not something that really was in our DNA. We came coming out of slavery. That was not what, or certainly my great grandparents weren't thinking about owning a business. They just wanted a job that was in an air-conditioned office so they didn't have to cut sugarcane in the hot sun. So things are changing, and I think those parents who are open-minded can see that and tell their kids, and the teachers the same thing, tell the kids, because the teachers, some of them are not up to speed as far as I'm concerned either, in terms of advising the youngsters. But show the kids that indeed a career in science and engineering should be an option and should be seriously considered. Whether you want to become rich or whether you want to come back to your country and provide jobs for others, or to change the Caribbean in a way that it has not been changed before. So that would be my message.
Okay, we have several questions from our colleagues. I have a couple of my own, but I want to put them in a very specific context. Our theme is beyond resilience, about building a strong career. Resilience is defined as being able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions. As our colleague, Yarimar Bonilla has spoken in several forums, one of the problems of this is that in the Caribbean, we have been being resilient now for over 30 years of hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanoes, floods, you name it. And fundamentally, by the time we go back to where we're decades behind. So consider the questions that I'm going to ask in the context that I just framed, because we really do need. And a quick follow-up to you, Dr. Ward. Puerto Rico has had for over close to 100 years a strong tradition brought by the US of world-class engineering school. And yet, because of the economic development of the last 50 years, Puerto Rico has become a net exporter of engineers and scientists. The majority of our graduates in science and engineering go to the US. Yarimar Bonilla would say that in the Caribbean, as she has studied a lot in the French Antilles, that we tend to look to our old colonial powers. And if we don't put the economic development that you mentioned in place, we're not going to export goods, we're going to export people, our best people. So how do you go about, Dr. Ward, in putting policies in place that will keep the engineers employed? Because if you can pay them $50,000 in Puerto Rico and the USA pays them $150,000 in San Francisco or in Texas, they're not staying in Puerto Rico, or only for very specific reasons. So that's my first question to you, and then I'll go to the questions of my colleagues, which are for all of you.
Yes, this is an excellent question, and it's not just a problem in Puerto Rico, it's a problem in all of the Caribbean countries. Our scientists, our youngsters who are interested in science and engineering, they go abroad, they get advanced degrees, and they never come back. I shouldn't say never, there's no such thing as never, some do come back. But they can make a better living overseas than they can in the Caribbean. And in the SPICE program that you just heard about, we actually, when they apply to us, we ask them, how do you want to give back to the Caribbean? We're assuming that they have to give back, because we're telling them, in fact, when they come to us in Barbados for the 5 weeks, we start the brainwashing process. You got to give back. You got to make a difference. And a lot of them, in their application forms, even before they come to us, agree that they want to give back, and we ask them how they might want to give back. And we do take that into consideration when we decide who to accept. Also, and I'm not sure this happens in Puerto Rico, but a lot of the governments in the region have been for a while. If you win an island scholarship, and these would go to the brightest kids, whether they're studying law or medicine, there's a provision in some countries where they have to come back and work in the country for a while. Sometimes that works to their detriment, because the kids come back right after they have a bachelor's degree and they really don't have much training, but they go into the civil service and they die. Not physically die, but their careers are over, basically. So what we have been doing in the SPICE program is we are teaching entrepreneurship and trying to get them to consider, if they have entrepreneurship blood in their veins, to consider making a difference that way. But and if they do start a company, and some of them do start companies in the USA and in Canada, we ask them, if you do that, which is okay, make sure you have a footprint in the Caribbean. So I think in Puerto Rico and all the islands in the region where our young scientists are leaving, we need to change the culture. We need to change the conversation and talk to them more about giving back. We can't legislate it. We can't make them come back. But I think a lot of them will come back if they can find jobs. And the problem is they have to come back and start the jobs because the jobs aren't there. It's a chicken and egg situation. They're not coming back because there are no jobs, and there are no jobs because they don't come back to start. And we have to preach this over and over again. It's going to take 20 years, at least a generation, to change this, to change what's going on now, but it's not impossible. I often tell people I look forward to the day, perhaps not during my lifetime, when the Caribbean is a giver of foreign aid rather than us in the Caribbean always having our hands out begging for funds from the EU, from the USA, from Canada, and elsewhere.
Thank you. This question, which is probably goes towards where Dr. Emmanuel and Dr. Shah more towards the talk, but the three of you can talk if you want about it, is how can we work towards reaching the Sustainable Development Goals for 2030 while we develop science and science education capacity in the region?
Personally, I think that to achieve the objectives, the first thing is to do an inventory of about a lack of science, because some of the problems we know is related with a lack of ignorance on sciences. So in this case, I suppose that university and particularly the part of research inside of the university are the main actors of that. To do that, there are we need to develop a new paradigm. That's when first of all try to see our students in undergraduate could involve in science, master degree and PhD. And also we then try to develop tools to educate kids, children, etc., in order that the children could share information with their parents in a global scale. Try to find the acceptance, the society acceptance to make the change, to understand that all the environmental problem is not a problem of the state, problem of the scientists, but is the problem of the whole population. But together we will have to develop a paradigm in order to solve what we have to do. This is my point of view.
Yeah, I agree with Professor Evans, and I would just add that I'm always cautious about some of the SDG goals that are required of us small countries, small islands. And I think the more fundamental question is, what do our national priorities align with regards to the SDGs? If our national priorities are in alignment with the SDGs requirements, then that's great. But we have to be cautious. Some of our islands have very different national priorities, or should have some different national priorities than some of the SDG specific indicators that are required. There's been a significant debate, for example, on whether the requirements for health in the SDGs and public health, really align with the realities of small island developing states. And some of the SDG indicators, you see, it cannot be about meeting global metrics. It has to be about what is the national priorities and national needs, and hopefully those align, right? But there's significant debate sometimes about if the indicators, the criteria and indicators that we are asked to meet under the SDGs actually make sense for us as small island countries. And I think this is going to be more glaring now with the COVID-19, because there are some fundamental building blocks that have to be worked on, you know, in some places. But that being said, I think that we have to answer a serious question about, you know, alignment. If national priorities align with SDGs, well, then you have flows of resources, right? To do that. And the other thing is, you know, where are resources going to come from? We have to look externally for resources. I know that the UNESCO is doing a lot of work on helping small island states with developing degree programs and educational quality standards, and a number of different things, student exchanges. 2 years ago, I attended a forum where the Chinese government was actually providing a lot of assistance to Caribbean and Latin American countries for student exchanges in very advanced fields of science and technology. So I think there's also a role to play for external agencies that are encouraging small island states to do more, to meet these metrics by providing some resources and access and so on to help with that.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. I have a couple more questions, but because we are short on time, if we can answer them briefly. The first one is a general question about whether you know about resources that support collaboration between islands where places like Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands that are part of the U.S. and therefore not part of or do not have access to international agreements. Where can we get support and resources so that we can integrate ourselves beyond the standard scientific conference and exchange in order to make these goals that you all three of you have presented today successful and help you build towards the stronger Caribbean?
And I would add to that question, Ricardo, the fact that we also have a lot of resources locally in Puerto Rico. Dr. Wardy, you imagined this amazing lab, which would be super useful to everyone around in the Caribbean. But in Puerto Rico, we have things like the Molecular Sciences Research Center, which has state-of-the-art equipment. We have the Center for Tropical Biodiversity, which aims to be a repository for samples to be protected and to be shared also. We also have Ciencia Puerto Rico with scientists from the diaspora also lending a hand in emergencies like Hurricane Maria. So we have a lot of resources that I think together with your Caribbean institution, we could eventually work. But going back to Ricardo's question, how can we work around these political obstacles, right, of being a US territory?
I think we probably should start by lobbying Washington. The US government does have an interest, you know, outside of Puerto Rico, the US Virgin Islands, in the region for all kinds of reasons, from drug trafficking to security. And the US does have embassies in lots of the Caribbean countries. The EU also has interest in the region, and I think I said a little bit earlier that I've been talking to some colleagues on the Dutch islands who are trying to put together some kind of a proposal that might go to the EU. When the EU does things, it does not involve the US, of course. And so if the EU is providing funding for, and they'd like to fund a lot of studies and never fund the real thing. But when that happens, you don't see any US partnership. And the question is there a way to get projects going where there is some US support, some EU support, some, I guess UK, they're not part of the EU anymore, support, some Canadian support, all going to help the region. I don't know politically how to bring that together. And it may be that the Dutch islands have got to go to, you know, to Amsterdam and or The Hague or wherever the headquarters are. The French-speaking islands go to Paris, and then we make it happen. But that was the question that I was bringing to the table, and so I'm not answering it. I'm joining you and asking how do you do it? I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, because we're running short on time, this question is for Professor Emanuel. Our friend Jorge Colon reminds us that shortly after the 2010 earthquake, the AAAS Caribbean Division spearheaded AAAS Science for Haiti project with the support of AAAS, and Haitian scientists together joined and established the Haitian Association for the Advancement of Science and Technology. And he would like to know how much has that association been able to develop in Haiti over the last decade in terms of you know, progress and so on, and the goals that were set at the time.
It's a very interesting question, but before we have to call the systems of financing research in Haiti in order to understand the problem of that association. So since 2010, with AAAS, with the report of Science for Haiti, and also an editorial or a paper on science in Haiti in Science. So we try to discuss with the government, with the state, on the possibility to translate in French and Creole the report Science in Haiti. But until today, we do not have the answer we hope. This is the first thing. The second thing is there are some colleagues, we live in the country, we will try to keep the dream. We will try to discuss about that. We will try to do something with other colleagues. We have created the Academy of Science in Haiti. But finally this year, we have had two good news. The first one, the central bank of the country has created a fund of research and development. So there's a possibility to submit some proposal. And the second one, this is another victory because we work on that with the state still since 1997 to have a new law of regulation of higher education and research. And finally, last June, the state published a new law on that. But we have in discussion in order to have something financial support in order to do a lot of tasks we have like planned to develop the association. This is a question. The question is only a question of money, a question to have possibility to develop the association and to accompany the state in following answer to some science problem in Haiti. But on the other hand, I would say there are other structure. For example, there is in Haiti an Haitian Association of Women, Science and Technology. I contribute to the creation of that with my PhD student in 2007. But this year, in the next plane, I discussed with the ladies in order to a dream like this, say, okay, we have 50% of the population, which is women, first of all, but 60% foreign. So what do you think about the project? We are going to find out the new Marie Curie in Haiti in order to stimulate young ladies, young girls in science field like physics, like chemistry, like microbiology, etc., etc. So that could be the same route. We will have to elaborate it, and we hope that the actual fund for research and development will be could accept it and to discuss with people from the government. The problem, like said Dr. Khan, science probably seems to not be in the priority of the state. This is a problem. You need that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel. We are going to. We are going.
If I may add 2 quick points before we close. Is that okay?
Yeah,
yes.
We need to go in a break in about 1 minute.
Yeah.
If you want to keep.
I think so. Back to the Puerto Rico, what can Puerto Rico do question? I think we often look for the usual suspects, the NSF and so on, for funding. And there's a lot of activity, NOAA, and so on. But I think in the US Virgin Islands, there's NREL and the DOE supports a lot of research there on energy. I can speak to energy because this is the field that I most worked in. But I think there are also opportunities when there's negotiation of economic development packages, as has been going on with Puerto Rico, to insert in there, negotiate in there, research funding for projects and programs that tie directly economically to the good and the development of Puerto Rico. And I don't think that this is something that is emphasized enough. 2 weeks ago, the US administration, interestingly enough, signed off on something called the Caribbean Revitalization, Trade Revitalization Act. For 10 years, this was never done before. It was a year-by-year signing of, this is a major trade program between the US and the Caribbean. And 2 weeks ago, the current administration, interestingly, signed it off for 10 years. So the Caribbean does not have to go back to renegotiate this every year. And within there was, there are pieces of that trade negotiation that says that we will do, we will share expertise on renewable energy and clean energy in the Caribbean. Things like biofuels, for example, was actually worked into that arrangement. So these are interesting things that I think Puerto Rico can also look at.
Yeah, definitely. So I think we all have common dreams. Sorry.
Yeah, just in a quick close, you all talked about data, and I want to thank Dr. Shah, Dr. Ward, Dr. Emmanuel for excellent presentations. But I want to remind you of something that Dr. Huerfano said early this morning. All their data is available, and that we should all focus in our scientific data to have it follow the FAIR principle. It should be free and findable. It should be accessible. It should be interoperable, so it can be read in any platform, and it should be reusable. And if we do that, we can collaborate much further because we can all access data. Sorry, my computational gene took over a second there. But again, thank you. It's been an honor to moderate this panel and hear your points of view. It has been a wonderful afternoon. And I leave Filipa to close the session.
Thank you so much. I agree with Ricardo. Data has to be available. We need to be able to compare not only in ecological data, but also public health, especially in emergencies like this one. So I'll support that cue. We're going on a break. I hope our panelists can continue here on the call to listen to the poster pitches of the students, so you can know what our students are doing here. So we're gonna break for 5 minutes. In about at around 4:20, please be online for the student pitches. Thank you so much.
¿Qué consejo le daría a las futuras generaciones de científicos?
Mira, ¿la científica puertorriqueña o científicos en general?
En general, puede ser en general.
Yo les diría que las preguntas más importantes yacen por descubrir. O sea, nosotros, las preguntas más importantes todavía no tienen contestación. Inclusive las que pensamos que tienen contestación, las contestaciones están incompletas, que todo lo que saben ellos, que todo lo que han aprendido en los libros de texto, todo está o incorrecto o como optimista incompleto. ¿Por qué? Porque los conocimientos son siempre continuos y lo que nosotros creemos que sabemos hoy es solamente una parte de lo que realmente representa el conocimiento. O sea, si yo pienso que el Sol le da la vuelta a la Tierra, después descubrimos que es la Tierra que le ha dado la vuelta al Sol, después descubrimos, espérate, que ni siquiera el Sol que es el centro, nosotros somos una galaxia dentro del contexto de un universo, pero espérate que hay otro universo. O sea, siempre hay, y eso yendo a escala más grande, también puede a escala más pequeña, con el mismo razonamiento. Entonces, que los conocimientos están incompletos, que queda mucho por descubrir y que el proceso de ser un científico es una cosa maravillosa porque tiene un pasaporte, te enseña unas destrezas para poder contestar preguntas en el contexto que sea. Y tiene un pasaporte para tomar esa destreza y guiar ese carro virtual abstracto de un avión, o sea, que puede llevar a cualquier parte del mundo que tú quieras. Tú puedes ir con esos conocimientos en cualquier dirección que tú quieras y aportarle a la humanidad, imagínate. Tú le aportas a tu país, le aportas a tu gente, pero tú vas a aportar también a la humanidad. Y es una cosa realmente única, maravillosa, hermosa, y eso es muy feliz.
Nuestro planeta Tierra está en constante cambio. La evidencia histórica sugiere que desde los primeros rastros de existencia, el clima ha estado cambiando y nada sugiere que dejará de cambiar. Pero, ¿qué es el cambio climático? El cambio climático es un cambio a nivel global de forma acelerada de las condiciones del tiempo, donde los patrones usuales que definen el clima de una región se han alterado sin precedente. A través de la historia, los periodos de cambio del clima tomaron miles o millones de años. Sin embargo, en los últimos 100 años, el cambio está ocurriendo a una velocidad no antes vista. Los científicos han encontrado que las actividades realizadas por los seres humanos son responsables de estos cambios. La producción de energía, la eliminación de bosques, la generación en masa de desperdicios sólidos, entre otros, han provocado un incremento drástico en las emisiones de gases como el dióxido de carbono y el metano. Estos gases son responsables de cambios en las temperaturas globales y regionales. En Puerto Rico, el cambio climático promete efectos como son el aumento en el nivel del mar, sequías más prolongadas y frecuentes, aumento de temperaturas y la pérdida de ecosistemas marinos por la acidificación de los océanos. El cambio climático es un asunto actual, local y global. Lo está...
Rapidito, Marian, tú los presentas, yo te paso las preguntas, dime cómo quieres hacerlo.
No, yo no soy moderadora, serías tú con Natasha, ¿no?
Ah, perfecto, son verdades.
Natasha dice que se fue pero Natasha dice que se fue la luz, si quieres.
Que siga enviando por el chat y yo lo presento.
Okay. Yo estoy presentando los slides, cualquier cosa.
Go ahead tú, Juanse.
Vamos ready cuando quiero.
Me van a dar el control, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Para pasar el slide.
Oh, sorry. No, pues, ya empezó. Me tienen que decir cuando empieza. Félix.
Estamos en vivo, gracias.
Sí.
Gracias a todos por su contribución. Queremos agradecer a todos los ponentes hasta el momento. Ha sido un día lleno de un montón de charlas increíbles que nos hacen pensar mucho, no tan solo del trabajo que se está haciendo aquí en Puerto Rico, pero también del trabajo que se está haciendo en todo el Caribe. Ahora vamos a pasar a una de mis partes favoritas de nuestra conferencia anual, que es las presentaciones de los estudiantes para ver los que están de verdad con las botas puestas haciendo el trabajo que se tiene que hacer. Yo voy a estar presentando a cada uno de los ponentes y van a tener un periodo de 5 minutos para dar sus presentaciones. A los 2 minutos, después de 1 minuto, cuando reste 1 minuto y a los 30 segundos van a escuchar una campanita que les va a estar avisando sobre el tiempo. O sea que para que estén coordinados, ya saben, a los 2 minutos, luego de cuando falte 1 minuto y a los 30 segundos. Las preguntas que se van a estar surgiendo a través de las redes y que estén también de los jueces se van a hacer después de las presentaciones de todos. O sea que vamos a proceder y hacer todas las presentaciones una detrás de la otra. Para no quitarles tiempo, vamos con nuestra primera presentación que ya está lista para presentar.
Perdona, Juanse, hay alguien que no está en mute. Necesitamos que todas las personas que nos vayan a hablar, que por favor se pongan en mute.
Excelente. Pues sin más preámbulo, Rachel Martínez.
¿Puedo empezar?
Adelante.
Hi to everyone. My name is Rachel Martinez. I'm a PhD student from the Department of Biochemistry at UPR Medical Science. I'm very happy to be here. This is my first time presenting at AAAS. I'm also very nervous, but very excited about it. And today I'm going to show you my work titled Native Purification of the Genotoxin Uropathogenic Specific Protein, also called USP, enhances its DNA's activity. In the last years, there have been an interest in how changes in human microbiota are associated with certain diseases. Among all of the organs that we have, the gut is in fact the one that contains the highest diversity of bacteria, including E. coli. And even though the E. coli and most of bacteria are beneficial to us, there's certain pathogenic strains producing toxic molecules that affect our health. And USP is one of these toxic molecules, or a protein, that has a DNA's activity and cause DNA damage. And DNA basically means that this protein eats DNA through the H&H motif, which is the part colored in red in the structure. Do this DNA damage, USP is classified as a genotoxin, and it is involved in urinary tract infections and gut inflammation. But the mechanisms that underline this damage are unknown yet. Next. Let's try to study the role of USP on cells, it is necessary to talk about expression and purification. And the only published procedure of USP purification involves the natural condition to ensure the dissociation of USP from other proteins that were used to inhibit its toxicity. After a renaturation process, it is tested the DNase activity of the protein, and it was observed, as you can see in the right figure, where the bands are disappearing along the gel because of the DNA degradation is identified with the red arrow. It was observed that USP has fully degrades DNA at 2 to 3 micromolar, which is a kind of high concentration for the function of a DNase. So based on this data, we asked to ourselves, do these denature and renature steps are affecting the activity of USP? Next. To address this question, we amplify USP DNA sequence from a Puerto Rican patient's USP positive, and we inserted this sequence in a P100 vector that codifies also for an N-terminal tag, which is very important to capture the protein during the purification process. Our results demonstrate a time-dependent and reproducible expression of USP at 30 degrees Celsius and using BL21 PLSS, which is a good strain for toxic molecules. And in the figure B, you can also see that we obtain a purified band of USP under native condition at dilution fractions that give us a yield of 1 milligram per liter of culture, which is the same yield that obtained under the natural conditions. Next. After this native purification, we did the same experiment, DNase assay that I mentioned before, and we observed that our recombinant USP SSA40 shows a complete degradation of DNA at 0.6 micromolar, as you can see in the lane 3, making the enzyme at least three times more active than the enzyme purified under the natural conditions. In the lane 4, you can also see that mutations on H&H motif, the active site of the enzyme, abolish this degradation. Next. So the biggest conclusion here is that this denature and renature steps are affecting the activity of USP, and native purification of USP SSA40 from a Puerto Rican patients enhances its DNase activity as a genotoxin. We have to study more concentration, but most importantly, with these results, we now move on to the next step of the research, which involves the incubation of USP on intestinal cells to see if there is an association of USP with colorectal cancer. So that's it. Thank you very much. I would like to give a special thanks to Johnny Avilés, José Arturo, Iraida Robledo, and Dr. Abel Baerga. And if you have questions at the end of the presentation, I will be very happy to answer them. This is my email, rachel.martinez1@upr.edu.
Thank you very much, Rachel. That was a wonderful presentation. In the interest of time, we're moving quickly on to the next one. Kimila Costa. Kimila, ¿estás ready?
Estamos ready.
Vamos para encima. Todo tuyo.
Tengo el control. Good afternoon. My name is Kimila Costa Pagan, and I am a graduate student at Godoy's Laboratory at the Medical Sciences campus. Today, I will bring you the project Analysis of Microbiota in the Oral Cavity Associated to Periodontitis and Lifestyle in Hispanic Communities. This project is funded by an R21 from the National Institute of Dental and Craniofacial Research, and I have a diversity supplement to fund my master's degree. So before I start explaining my project, I want to give you a quick summary on periodontal disease. periodontal disease is defined as an inflammation of the gingiva that can go from a mild gingivitis to a chronic or severe periodontitis. This condition has been recognized as a major risk factor of oral cancer and can be aggravated by lifestyle factors such as smoking and heavy alcohol consumption. But why is oral cancer relevant? Rates have risen on recent years. It's more common in males of 50 years and above, and 80% of oral cancers have been related to oral HPV, a sexually transmitted infection that, if left untreated, can lead to cancer. Investigations in the United States and Asia have found specific pathogenic bacteria at the oral tumor sites. And it's thought that due to dysbiosis, that it's a lack of equilibrium in the microbiota, can lead to these severe illnesses and conditions. Hispanic communities in the United States have shown a tendency to this condition. However, there are no research in this field focused on these Hispanic communities in the Caribbean. Therefore, we aim to assess the association between oral microbiota and periodontal disease in high-risk Hispanics. So how did we perform this study? This is an ongoing cross-sectional study, and so far we have recruited 134 participants, both females and males, from STI clinics, as they represent a high-risk community. Participants must be from 21 to 49 years old, sexually active, HIV negative, and are not using antibiotics nor contraceptives, as this can affect the microbiota. Then we collected social demographic data, such as medical, dental, and lifestyle factors. Saliva was collected for DNA extraction, and periodontal examination was performed following the enhanced protocol. Then this extracted DNA was sequenced using the MySeq platform. Sequences then were deposited on Cheetah, and quality control was done on Chime. Analysis and visualizations were obtained in different bioinformatic pipelines. Then moving on to the results. When we study the microbiome, the first thing we do is analyze beta and alpha diversity to understand the structure, composition, and diversity or microbial communities. Panel A represents the beta diversity analysis. This shows differences or dissimilarities between samples, and each dot represents a sample. So we did some statistical tests to identify differences and discovered that composition among samples was significantly different. And this difference can be seen on the left axis, where we see mostly red dots. Then moving on to panel B, we observe a representation of alpha diversity using box plots. Alpha diversity aims to point out differences in richness and evenness among categories. And we found that mild and severe periodontal disease showed a significantly higher alpha diversity. Then, after we analyze alpha and beta diversity, we want to identify which taxa can be selected as biomarkers that could explain most of the effect differentiating phenotypes. On panel A, we identified verrucomicrobia and synergistes as potential biomarkers of periodontal disease, both for mild, yellow, and moderate and severe, the red one. Panel B represents a pie chart that ranges from no, what did I do? I'm sorry. That ranges from mild to moderate and severe. We found that Bayonella and Prevotella increases in moderate to severe periodontitis, while Haemophilus decreases and as periodontal disease worsens. On panel C, we found that Fretibacterium show a significantly positive correlation to smoking status. Now on to the next slide. This preliminary data indicates that oral microbial dysbiosis is associated to periodontal disease, and it's mostly dominated by pro-inflammatory taxa such as Prevotella and Bayonella. Prevotella is known to elicit a strong inflammatory response, so this is why it's important. But how is this relevant to our Caribbean community? These findings can lead us to focus on saliva microbiome analysis that could help in the early detection of severe periodontitis. This could also lead to the development of diagnosis strategies for the identification of oral cancer on its early stages, highly increasing its survival rate. It is also important to note that our team is in the process of also relating these microbiota profiles to oral HPV, although we have seen that the prevalence of oral HPV is lower than the genital ones. Thank you, and sorry for the error mistake later. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them at the end of the panel.
Great job, Camille. That was a wonderful presentation. On to Carmen Perez. Carmen, are
okay,
you
I
here?
have the, yes, I have the control. Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I think it's me, Gabriela.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Carmen. I'm so sorry. Yes. Gabriela Ortiz. Yes, that was my mistake.
Do I have the control?
I believe so. I don't have the control.
No.
My apologies. Gabriela Ortiz is up next.
I don't see the presentation.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, I don't have the control. I'm just gonna say next slide.
Next slide. Make sure to say it loud so they can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Gabriela Ortiz Soto. I'm a PhD candidate from Universidad Central del Caribe School of Medicine in Bayamón, Puerto Rico, and I'll be talking about the role of the oncogene methadherin in inflammatory breast cancer progression. Next. Next.
You have the control.
Oh, I do? No, I don't. Inflammatory breast cancer, or IBC, is a rare and aggressive subtype of breast cancer. It accounts approximately for the 2 to 4% of all breast cancers. And patients that are diagnosed with IBC have an increased risk of death compared to non-IBC patients. IBC is characterized for its rapid progression, local and distant metastases, and is also diagnosed at a younger age compared to non-IBC patients, and is commonly hormone receptor negative. In figure 1, we can see the general symptoms that are presented in IBC, and we can see some of them depicted in figure 2. There's an enlargement of the breast, changes in the skin appearance, looking like an orange peel. Also the retraction of the nipple and the swelling of the breast. This swelling comes from a blockage that occurs in the lymphatic system, promoted by a cluster of cancerous cells that is known as the emboli. The current treatments for IBC is the trimodal therapy that includes chemo, radiotherapy, and surgery. And there are no targeted therapeutics at the moment. In a previous study in our laboratory, we studied the cell surface proteome of IBC cells using SILAC proteomics. As shown in figure 3, we found that methadherin is overexpressed in IBC cells, as shown in the red square, compared to non-cancerous cells. We also found that methadherin is also overexpressed in IBC tissues, specifically in the tumor emboli, as shown in figure 4, depicted by the red square as well. Methadherin is known to be a scaffolding protein, but also a cell adhesion molecule, and is found in different subcompartments of the cell, and is known to interact with different signaling pathways promoting important cell functions. As shown in figure 5, we are interested in the NF-kappa B signaling pathway because it has shown that methadherin interacts directly with the P65 subunit of NF-kappa B, promoting growth or survival invasion and other cell functions. Therefore, the importance of studying methadherin in IBC is that it can impact the diagnosis and clinical approach for IBC patients, and it can provide a tool that serves as a recurrence biomarker for follow-up in cancer survivors. Next. To test our hypothesis that methadherin has an important role in inflammatory breast cancer, we developed different cell models, including IBC and non-IBC cell lines, and today I'm showing you the SOM149 IBC cell line, which is triple negative, and we edited the cells with CRISPR technology. After the knockout of methadherin, we performed a proliferation assay, shown in figure 6, where we found that after the knockout, there's a reduction in the proliferative capacity of the SOM149 cells compared to the non-silent cells. In figure 7, we perform a wound healing assay to test the migratory capacity of the silent cells, and we found that after knocking out the gene, there's a reduction in the migratory capacity of the cells of the silent cells because they didn't have the capacity to close the wound that was created in the assay compared to the non-silent cells. Next. Sorry. I don't have the control. Okay, in figure 8, we perform also an emboli formation assay where we looked at the capacity of the cells to form the emboli in vitro. And we found that after knocking out method-heating, there was a reduction in the area of the emboli, of the embolus. And it also gave us information in the effect that method-heating has in the invasive capacity of the SOM149 cells that are knocked out compared to the non-silent cells. In figure 9, we looked at the expression of the phosphorylated form of the P65 subunit of NF-kappa B, and we saw a decrease in its expression, which suggests that it can be an effect on signaling pathways related to NF-kappa B upon the silencing of method-heating. So with these preliminary results, we can conclude that method-heating has an important role because it decreased the proliferative capacity, motility, and emboli formation in SOM149 cells after the knockout. And in future studies, we want to assess the effect that method-heating has in the activation of NF-kappa B and also in the role it has in vitro models. That'll be all. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer at the end.
Gabriela, thank you very much for your presentation. Indeed, there are already questions rolling in, and so we want to thank everyone for channeling them and for the judges as well. And now, Carmen Perez, you're next.
Okay, I have the control.
No, we're going to keep the control, and please say
Okay,
next
okay.
just to avoid having multiple people going back and forth. All right?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Perez, and I'm going to talk about the loss of mitochondrial DNA abundance in liver tissue of mice treated with the carcinogen azacitidine is DNA repair dependent.
Carmen, you're muted.
I don't touch anything. Okay, do you hear the title? Okay, but next. Okay, it is important, please next again. It is important to know that the liver is the largest internal organ of the human body and that it performs many metabolic processes, including the detoxification of carcinogens. As you can observe in the picture, we have a healthy liver, how looks a healthy liver, and a liver with some of diseases like fibrosis. Fibrosis is a disease caused by the accumulation of extracellular matrix proteins like collagen. And if these proteins increase, then it forms scars that may lead to cirrhosis, that is a condition in which the hepatocytes, that are the cells of the liver, are going to be unfunctional. And if the cirrhosis may lead to a condition called carcinoma that we commonly known as liver cancer. Next. And the causes of liver cancer are viruses like hepatitis B or C, drug, poisons, or excess of alcohol, and obesity. Obesity may lead to a fatty liver, and I don't have here a picture of fatty liver, but imagine that you have a liver covered by adipose tissue. And in the Caribbean, please next. In the Caribbean, as you can observe here, we have a table with the top 10 causes of cancer deaths in the Caribbean region, that is on the left, and in the United States Caribbean territories, as you can observe, Puerto Rico at the end. Please next. And as you observe, liver cancer is one of the top 10 causes of cancer deaths in the Caribbean region, including Puerto Rico. Next. So the biological problem is that strong evidence indicates that in liver cancer, there is a general reduction of mitochondrial components, including mitochondrial DNA. Next. Our hypothesis is that mitochondrial DNA abundance will be altered in liver after DNA damage treatment. Next. The objective of our research is to assess the effect of DNA repair in the maintenance of mitochondrial DNA abundance in liver tissue after a genotoxic insult. Next. And here are our experimental method. We have two strains of mice, one wild type and one apex mice. The apex mice have a deficiency in a gene that qualifies to a protein called AP1, which is very important in a DNA repair mechanism called base excision repair. How we treated the mice? The mice were treated with intraperitoneal injections of AOM. AOM is a carcinogen that is metabolized in the liver, but it causes colon cancer. And the mice were injected one injection per week during 4 weeks. And after 24 weeks from the first injection, the mice were sacrificed, the liver was extracted, the liver was removed, the DNA of the liver was extracted, and a real-time PCR was performed. In the PCR, we have an amplification of a mitochondrial gene and amplification of a nuclear gene. And we normalize the mitochondrial gene with the numbers of with the amplification of the nuclear gene. And by the method of delta-delta CT, we obtain the ratio. Please, next. Next. Here we have the result for wild type and apex. As you can observe, in the x-axis, you have the non-treated and treated samples, and in the y-axis, you have the relative mitochondrial DNA abundance. In the wild type, we don't found any significant difference, but in apex one, we have the deficiency for the protein. You do observe a decrease of 30% approximately. So it is a significant difference. Our results indicate that chronic AOM treatment in DNA repair deficient mice results in decrease in mitochondrial abundance in liver tissue. Next. Further research will focus on the consequences of loss of mitochondrial DNA abundance in mitochondrial function. Thank you.
Carmen, thank you very much for your presentation. Very interesting result. Up next, we have David Quispe. Please continue sending your questions. I'm organizing them to have them ready by the end. David, go ahead.
Do I have the control?
No, just say next so they can pass the slide.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is David Quispe, and today I will be talking to you about my research involving transcription factors in early stages of intestinal regeneration in Holothuriaclarema. So first of all, I want to start by talking about regeneration, which is this process of some organisms to restore structures and even create a whole new being from a part of their bodies. Next. So in our lab, we use this unconventional model organism. It's a sea cucumber, Holothuriaclarema, which is commonly found in the Caribbean region. And as you saw, it has the ability to expel its internal organs, and it can completely regenerate them after a month. I specifically focus on the intestinal regeneration of this organism. And if you see in the center, there's a figure in A, there's an illustration of the intestinal tract of the organism. In B, it's what is left after the organism has expelled its internal organs. And this structure is called the mesentery. The role of the mesentery is to hold the intestine in its place, and it's attached to the body wall of the organism. In the right, you can see the mesentery running along the body wall of the organism. So we're interested in the cellular changes, or well, the molecular mechanism that activates cellular changes in that regenerative process. Next. So we use this method called RNA sequencing which allows us to analyze differential gene expression. We compare the mesentery of a normal organism that was not regenerating to the intestine regenerating of an organism that was regenerating, and it was mostly composed of the mesentery. So we obtain a high number of differentially expressed genes, as you can see in the Venn diagram. But from all of these genes, we focus on the transcription factors, and that's because the transcription factors work like a switch in the cell that turn on gene activity. Next. In regeneration, there's this central cellular process called de-differentiation. If you see on the right, there's an illustration about that. And The differentiation is a transition from a cell that has an identity to a cell with no identity, or a de-differentiated cell. So this cell can basically become any type of cell. And by studying the transcription factors, we can see what are the cellular mechanisms that are favoring that de-differentiation process. So you see on the left, there's a heat map about the expression patterns of the transcription factors along the regenerative stages, which we chose day 1 and day 3. And I'm going to talk to you about some specific transcription factors that are the most interesting that we found. For example, in the case of the ones on the corner, MIP1A, MIN, and TEF, circled in red, these ones are upregulated during regeneration, and they are involved in embryological events. This is important because there are a lot of studies associating regeneration with development. On the other hand, we have EGR1 and FOXA, circled in blue, which are downregulated, and these ones are involved in differentiation processes, the opposite of de-differentiation. And lastly, there's MIG, which is highly upregulated during regeneration. And this, by the way, is one of the Yamanaka factors, and it's deeply involved in the differentiation process. So by understanding the expression patterns, we can open doors to functional studies that increase or decrease the regenerative process. And next. So where do we go from here? Well, by knowing the transcription factors, as you see in the illustration, by knowing the transcription factors, we can reprogram cells from a non-regenerative organism to recreate the regenerative process in the future. And this can generate organs or lost structures. And this contributes to harnessing the regenerative potential in the biomedical field. And thank you very much for your attention and the opportunity to share my research.
Thank you very much, David, for your presentation. Up next, Gabriela Ramirez. If some of you might be having trouble hearing the bell for the time, I will try my best to give you cues with my fingers. So please stay aware. Anyway, Gabriela Ramirez, you're up next.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriela Ramirez. I'm a fourth-year medical student from the University of Puerto Rico School of Medicine, and today I present to you our research on the use of aspirin to prevent the risk of preeclampsia during pregnancy. Next. In Puerto Rico, the preterm birth rate is dangerously high. According to the latest March of Dimes data, we have been graded with an F when comparing our rate to their goal of decreasing the preterm birth rate to 8.9% by 2020. Preterm births have a significant impact in morbidity and mortality of both mother and child, as well as a large socioeconomic impact in our health industry. How does this tie into preeclampsia? Preeclampsia is a condition that involves high blood pressure and protein in the urine in a woman who is 20 weeks or more pregnant. It is a complication in 2 to 8% of pregnancies worldwide, and it accounts for 15% of preterm births in the US. The use of low-dose aspirin in women with preeclampsia has been widely studied and has shown a decrease in the risk of preeclampsia by 24%, preterm birth by 14%, and intrauterine growth restriction by 20%. Next slide. So the question is aspirin being recommended to mothers at risk of preeclampsia in Puerto Rico? With this research, we aim to study the incidence of preeclampsia in mothers of neonatal intensive care unit, or NICU, patients at the University Pediatric Hospital. We would also like to know if aspirin was recommended to the mothers who presented with risk factors for preeclampsia, and if, when recommended, patients were compliant with the use of aspirin. Next, please. We obtained IRB approval, and standardized surveys were created for our research and administered to mothers of NICU patients from 2019 to 2020, either in person or via telephone. Of the mothers interviewed, 147 met the inclusion criteria of being older than 21, and only these surveys were analyzed. This gave us the results that I show here. Of the 147 women, 27% had history of preeclampsia. As for the recommendation of aspirin, we took into consideration those mothers with significant risk factors for preeclampsia, and recommendation percentages were as follows. For previous history of preeclampsia, 64% of mothers were recommended aspirin. Of those with multiple gestations, 57%. For those with chronic hypertension, 57% as well. In obesity, 52% were recommended aspirin. For those of African American race, aspirin was recommended to 37%. In diabetes mellitus type 1, 75% of women were recommended aspirin, and as for diabetes mellitus type 2, 89%. In women with renal conditions, 50% were recommended, and in those with autoimmune diseases, 71% were recommended aspirin. Of these risk factors mentioned before, history of preeclampsia, multiple gestations, chronic hypertension, both types of diabetes mellitus, renal disease, and autoimmune diseases are all high risk factors, which means that the presence of just one of these is an indication for the use of aspirin. Finally, of our total sample of 147 women, 57 were recommended to use aspirin, and of these, 91.2% were compliant with the use of aspirin. With this data, we can preliminarily conclude that aspirin is in fact not being recommended or used prophylactically in all pregnancies where it is needed. We theorize that some of these premature births could have been prevented with aspirin as prophylaxis. This being said, there is still a lot left to achieve in terms of educating both patients and medical providers about the importance of the use of aspirin to prevent preeclampsia. In the future, we aim to expand this project to include subjects from NICUs all around the island and increase our sample sizes. We would also like to examine the data acquired of mothers with pregnancies during times of COVID to see if there are significant changes in recommendation and use of aspirin. And we would like to use the information we gain with this research to increase awareness and help lower the preterm birth rate in Puerto Rico. And this concludes my presentation.
Wonderful, Gabriela. Thank you. Great job. And now we're on to our final presentation. Heriberto Carbia, make sure to continue to send your questions our way, either through social media. I guess through Facebook is mostly where the questions are coming in. And I also would tell the presenters they are getting a lot of praise through their Facebook Live. So make sure to check it out. It's very cool to get instant feedback. So without further ado, Heriberto. I know you're somewhere. Heriberto, I can't hear you in case you're speaking. Heriberto might be having trouble with his connection. Hey,
I think there's Stephen on the call. Perhaps you want to give him the benefit of participating.
Once they mute him and unmute him to see if he can.
No, maybe he might use Steven's connection to do so. Heriberto, are you there?
Henrik, can you give access to Stephen to come in?
Yes, he's already in.
He's already in and his mic is on.
Okay, Stephen, hi. Do you know if there's any problem with Heriberto?
I don't know. I spoke to him. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Go
all right. Okay.
You're on.
So my name is Heriberto Carbia. I'm a PhD student in from the Department of Mathematics in the Universidad de Puerto Rico en Rio Piedras. My interest is in machine learning mixed up with evolutionary biology. So I guess I mean, to me the biggest question is it's probably one of the most ambitious results in biology, and it's if you can predict phenotype from genotype. And I mean, I've had this opportunity to have this approach with a system and with butterflies that they have the distinctive color pattern that actually make them excellent example to study phenotype from genotype. Juan, I'm sorry. Do I have control? Or do you have
Oh, just say next. Just say next, and they will.
Okay. Okay. Oh, next. Yeah, next then. So yeah, so I basically, the system I work with are these butterflies that have been studied for over 150 years. I mean, their distinctive color patterns and the fact that they have identified pretty much three major loci that regulate those patterns. You can say next. And one of the peculiarities, I guess, of that species is the fact that they actually exhibit mimicry, and you have two species that actually arrive to the same color pattern, probably most to predatory effects. That's hence the bird at the lower right hand corner. I mean, anyways, out of the three major loci, I concentrate on one of them, one of the ligand genes. It's a WNT, and actually it regulates the shape of the forewing pattern. And what I'm going to do is kind of give you a walkthrough of my pipeline or what I've done and some of the results that I have gotten. In terms of the labeling, next, sorry, Juan. Are we there with a kind of like PCA map on the upper right?
Yes, this PCA map.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So yeah, so basically, one of the most important things, obviously, applying machine learning is actually labeling the data. So I mean, I'm dealing with haplotypes of individuals around 250,000 bases, and in terms of the input, I just can label it categorically, like one hot encoding, like you see in the bottom right hand corner. But most interesting is how I label the wing patterns, and it's using a software developed by a colleague of mine, Steven. And so I take high quality images of all the wing patterns, and I just create this PCA landscape, and provides me the PCA labeling in order to train my model. Next. Are you there, Juan?
Yes, we're on the model predictions with the different ways.
No, yeah, next, yeah.
That's the end of it. No.
No?
You're not seeing your presentation.
I mean, the next one should be the convolution training the network.
Yes.
Okay.
We're at the convolution.
Okay. So yeah, so then so in terms of the model, pretty much, I mean, it's a 7-layer network. The whole idea of the convolutional and deep learning networks is to take lower level features and actually make higher level patterns from them and extrapolate them, the higher level features from the lower level patterns. And that is one of the advantages that I guess it has towards dealing with something with genotype and phenotype. Next. And so finally, here are some results that I have. The approach I've actually taken is right now you see 12 different models. Each model was trained without the phenotype that you see in the picture, and it's kind of a sensitivity analysis to see how much the model learns from the rest of the 12 phenotypes to predict the 12. And I mean some of them, if you can see the cursor, you can't probably, right? But yeah, some of them you can notice that it learns from another phenotype, another subspecies. Yeah. And then I guess from the last part is the visualization. and it's something that I guess I'm really interested, because machine learning is always sold as a black box, and that lower part in the picture here, it only shows that I did a cross match between two species with FST, fixation index values, and SNPs, and then I use some gradient based visualization techniques on machine learning, and they actually, I mean, they pretty much picked up the same areas. So yeah.
All right, that's a great job, Heriberto, in presenting us this very interesting work. So with that, we conclude all of the presentations. So please join me in giving all of the presenters a big round of applause for giving their presentations, all of them for staying on time and adjusting to this virtual environment. So thank you. And as I said, you are getting a lot of praises through social media. So all of you make sure to go and check out all the information that you, all the virtual high fives that you're receiving from your colleagues. Before going into the questions, I want to thank Benjamin Bolaños, Mariel Pérez, Gilberto Guevara, Ramon Gomez, Mariangeli Ortiz, and Edna Aquino, who are the judges for today's presentation. I failed to mention at the beginning, this is part of the Robert Laurus Award for Excellence in Graduate presentation. So I really appreciate all of your presentations and your interest in participating towards this award. So thank you very much for that. All right. So I need 1 second, okay? And I will start reading off the questions in the order of the presenters. So the first question that I have, is for Kimil Acosta. And Kimil, I will ask the question as it was typed to me. So did you observe a reduction in bacterial communities that produce short chain fatty acids in patients with periodontitis?
Up until now, this is all preliminary data. So we have mostly focused just on the taxa. Like we have observed Prevotella, Bayonella, Haemophilus. We are waiting for this to be like the whole with all the participants, so we see if there is an option on.
All right, I think that
no
was
metabolomic data analyzed. So we just focus on taxonomic profiles.
Thank you very much. I think that was a cue that we need to keep our answers short. Gabriela Ortiz, there is a question for you. Are you ready, Gabriela?
Yeah, I'm here.
The question for you is how metadherin will be used as a target for IBC progression.
Well, methadone could be a target because it could be a target for future therapies. If we find that it has actually a very important role in its progression, it could be targeted for a specific treatment that can be developed or a specific inhibitor. There are actually a couple of inhibitors that are currently being used for methadone, but it will be very helpful if we can use it as a biomarker to detect this cancer in a previous stage, because one of the problems of IBC is that it's diagnosed in very late stages. So
okay, Gabriela. Okay, so I will so there's another question for Gabriela Ortiz.
yes.
Gabriela Ortiz, what is the prevalence of IBC in Puerto Rico?
Well, undergoing studies in our laboratory have seen that the incidence is about 5% of all cases of breast cancer. There are also statistics that there's a higher recurrence of metastases in IBC patients compared to non-IBC. So that's the data we have for now. We're still gathering more data around the island to have a better idea of what is the prevalence in the island.
Thank you, Gabriela. So, Heriberto, are you around? We have a couple of questions here floating in for you. Can you hear me, Heriberto?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, Heriberto. Okay, so convolutional neural networks are very sensitive to the number of images used for training. How many images you use for your training?
Okay. Yeah. That's a valid question. The images that I use, it's actually for the labeling, but in terms of the training data, the DNA, I am using 202 haplotypes. But in terms of the which is a valid question. Yes.
Okay, so and I have another question here. Can you elaborate on how your research can have significant impact on any issue in Puerto Rico or any other country in the Caribbean?
Okay. That's a tough question, but I mean, my research, I think, it's just, I just want to contribute a little bit. I'm totally aware of the fact that I can't predict cancer. I can't predict a lot of complex stuff, but I think it's little by the little when you get there. Science, one on top of each other in contributions. But yeah, I mean.
All right, thank you, Heriberto. Let me go back. I'm fumbling between multiple chats to get all of the questions, and I want to make sure that I get to all of them. Carmen Perez, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
All right. So I have a question here. So apart from APE1, can there be another mechanism that helps maintain the integrity of mitochondrial/nuclear DNA?
It's a good question. And now we are focused on the base excision repair. That is the only mechanism of DNA repair that works in the nucleus and in DNA and the mitochondrial DNA. So I'm in the literature, I don't find any other protein that is involved in this type of mechanism that works in the nucleus and in the mitochondria. So maybe it is a good question for another research that we can perform more shortly.
All right, thank you very much for that response. I am making sure that I'm not missing anyone's question, but I think that I have all of them. We're good? Okay. So I want to, again, thank all of the presenters for amazing presentations and also for responses to the questions, which were very honest and insightful as well. So please join me again in giving all of them a big round of applause for all their work. It's amazing to see, speaking of resilience, how all of you have adopted, to continue your work and to present it and move your projects forward, regardless of what's coming your way. So I really admire all the work that all of the students are doing right now to continue their work. So thank you for coming here to present. And with that, I'll give the mic back to our president, Filipa Godoy.
Thank you. I join you in complimenting all these amazing students and their mentors for the great work they continue doing, beyond earthquakes and, COVID-19. So congratulations to all you and your mentors. Thank you so much for coming today to assist to this first day of the AAAS Caribbean division. Tomorrow we will have the continuation of this event, focusing more on public health, and we will also have a student session in the end of the day. I just wanted to summarize our day today. It was a very interesting event. It fed a lot of people of new ideas, and I think we all are going to bed today thinking of new collaborations and new ways to work with our fellow Caribbean scientists and colleagues. We saw the tremendous work that the Puerto Rican Seismic Network is doing. Everything they do behind the scenes, even the administrative staff works tirelessly. This is all, University of Puerto Rico. We see the importance of supporting the UPR, not only the science that people are doing, but also these public health efforts that help communities. So today I just wanted to say thank you to all. Thank you to the partners that we have today helping us put this event live. Felix Rivera Mariani with Vistazo a la Ciencia and the Eco Exploratorio. Enric, thank you so much for doing this. I think it went well. We are all happy and we look forward to tomorrow. I don't know if any of the other team members here on the Zoom call want to say anything. If not, I will end the session today and look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Have a good evening.